The board is set. The native Fremen dream of creating a green Arrakis, while the Baron Harkonnen wants to paint it red. Smugglers who above all desire profit by turning the tables. The noble Atreides, bound by the whims of the Emperor, are blinded by their honor. The board is set.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Thank you so much for tuning in. I flicked us over, and I was just maybe 30 seconds away from ready. I was racing that timer to the finish line like there was no tomorrow, but unfortunately it just beat me, so I had to swap us over. Anyway, kia ora, and welcome to Dune Spice Wars. Here we are. It's been a hot minute for me. Apologies, but I'm back. Beautiful. Oh, thank you for the confirmation, Pete. Hello. Satori. Nicholas. King of Toto. Nice to catch you live. Hey, friend. Been subscribed for 6 months. Thank you so much. That is freaking awesome. Oh, how good. Alright, I think we'll just crack straight in and begin. It looks like everything is working as intended. King of Toto's been here for 6 months, so that's brilliant. Hi, Daniel. How you doing? Okay, let's begin. I'm just gonna place a little timer and we'll roll. So, click, bloop, bop, and... Oh my god, he did. Okay, welcome back to Dune Spice Wars, everybody. It's a pleasure to be back today. I should have a good few hours hopefully to crack through in my calendar. And it's creepily quiet in the background. The creepy background music. Yes, actually, you could probably do with a slight increase in your audio in the background. It's probably not a terrible idea. Let me know if that's too loud, but I think that should be just right. So, looks like you voted for me to play as House Harkonnen today, which is very fun. My game settings have been, in my mind, devised as somewhat of a quote-unquote multiplayer setting. What a multiplayer setting could look like in sort of a Max Payne environment. The idea is not that it's the most brutal ever idea, like I'm not turning off hegemony or political and just leaving domination, but maximum worms, smallest map. Idea being, that the worms don't change. I don't know, maybe, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure how these two affect each other. I'm assuming they scale together. There could be something that goes on where they don't, or they scale to a lesser extent. I'm not sure. Either way, that's the premise here. Small map, loads of worms, and push everybody really close together. Restrict people from being able to just go out and grab 20 territories to the north. That is the idea. I'm happy to leave everything else on default. The only thing that I haven't thought too much about is which of these two dudes I'd like to bring along with me. I think the extra militia slot is kind of the go-to, and I stand by that from my tier list. I think that's very good. The natural pairing here is potentially with the combat drugs, but I think I'll sidestep that a little bit. Although, in a Max Payne environment where everybody is really close together, they could be the best of all time. Other options could include the stealth probe, no supply infiltration, +1 intel, but then plus another 1 intel after we... Ornithopters have the unit infiltration, Ornithopter trait, only visible from close range, +1 intel in enemy territory. So we get that additional 2 different traits. The stealth probe unit with no supply limitations and +1 supply in enemy territory. The scouts with intel. It is good. I feel like this may be better. I'm gonna go with these two. Let's roll it, baby. Welcome back to Dune Spice Wars. And it is a pleasure to have you with me this morning, or this evening. Whatever it is where you are. It's 8:45 in the morning for me this morning. For the council control. Feed for the council control. That was my thinking as well, to a certain extent. Kind of like the Atreides counter, until I can manually counter Atreides myself. Let's have a look. Anyway, and I think first step, let's train a trooper, maybe and also a gunner. Ranger takes little area damage. We've seen them in first. They're quite tanky, which is, as you can see, they have even more armor than our troopers themselves. However, I think I'll start with 2 troopers. I feel like the ideal setup here could be trooper, ranged unit, and super powerful bad and then we just moved them around in their little formation. In their little formation. I don't know. Maybe it's a terrible play, but I feel
our lives belong to you.
grab that as well. Boom.
Yes.
Alright, and obviously we'll just send these first two in. Do not pass go, do not collect $200 straight across to the Spice. Tempted to buy a second one of these as well, actually. It's always one of the most impactful decisions you can make at the very start of the game, I think. And I think that Civilization is on a definitely a more extreme step than something like this. But I think that first turn fear still stands. And rightly so. It's, the decisions you make at the very start have massive flow-on effects as you move through. Thankfully, this one is likely to be a very positive one. We'll take this place, we'll get the Spice connected immediately. The one thing that's also making me think maybe building the second scout isn't a super hot idea is the fact that this is a small map, and I should probably be playing the map and making my selections with those things in mind. Rightly or wrongly, it might make a difference. I don't know, I've been playing so many large maps lately. I haven't actually been able to focus on a little one in a very long time. Pause. I'm being told that there's an issue on the Twitch stream. The Twitch stream name? Well, I'm not being told that, but I'm inferring through sarcasm. Let me have a look. No. No, that is actually just false. Great. JRS's Parker's... There's a lot of S's there. The comment got me confused. Thought the stream must have been presenting as a humankind stream, which of course it is not. It is a Dune Spice Wars stream, and we have nearly 100 people joining me already. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. It's been a hot minute. I've been away for a few days. I do have to nip away for an appointment at the end of the stream, but like I say, I've got many hours, and I think that there'll be enough hours to hopefully test out the Max Worms Max Pain environment, and it looks like the Twitch one is actually all good. So I'm going to carry on. Onward and upward. Better get militia early. Absolutely agree. They're so good. And also probably best to just get the oppression ability online potentially all the time. Now, if I can find some territories that naturally produce manpower, they are even better for it. But of course, also on spice-producing territories, it's an absolute whomper. Let's have a look at it. So it costs 20 manpower to use, plus 200% village resource production. Buildings are constructed 200% faster, and my militia are also 200% stronger, so potentially in fight times it's also useful. Now, my extra hegemony is awarded by intel spent on operations, so important to note that my extra hegemony will come from intel spent on operations. Got to unlock my Vanguard super early on as well. Maybe we'll go for the cheaper claims, one of the rare ones that I think is reasonably good at the start. And we'll deploy that and absolutely put that on automatic recall. Here we have an ornithopter that can research this for a little bit of money. It's going to do that, and I'm going to move up here and take this place for the plastic so that we can farm an absolute mother-loving load of plastic. Anyone know why I have no audio? Did you mute browser? You can hear him fine. I think it's on your end. Can you not hear me? Can somebody not hear me? That would be a disaster. Pete is saying that I'm heard fine. So I believe it's okay. Oh my god! Bostius! What? Boast, thank you so much for the raid! On Twitch! Holy moly, I was not I didn't wake up prepared for this morning. Jeepers creepers. You've raided at a brilliant time. I'm just showing off my extreme military might, taking over the village of Sharon. Sharon. Thank you for joining us while we take over Sharon. I'm hoping we're going to, although I might actually need to nip this dude out the back. You can see the supply and health, actually, of this unit not looking so hot. I'm going to dip this one out the back side. Hopefully bait this one for a bit. Then send this guy back in. A small break is better than no break at all. Oh, it is really a close fight, but not as close as... Okay, there we go. I'm gonna hit pause on that bad boy and smash my attention right over to the Twitch chat. It would be rude not to, after all. Yeehaw! Ah, that is amazing. That is just absolutely amazing. Ended a bit early today, and I actually started a bit late today as well. Star-crossed lovers? Yeah, it is such an awesome game. It is such an awesome game. Thank you so much again. Thank you so much again for the raid, both. That is just fantastic. Welcome in, everybody. Yeah, I've only really have positive things to say about Dune Spice Wars, which doesn't put me in an unusual camp, I realize. Lurking whilst working. I'm also a lurker whilst worker, although perhaps more work could be done. It's got to be said. Either way, it's wonderful to have you all here. Yeah, no, I think it's a brilliant game. I think we've had an absolute whale of a time with it over the last couple of weeks since release. It's an incredibly polished early access experience. One of the things that surprised me a little bit about it was how, hey look, I'm being rebelled against. One of the things that surprised me a little bit about it was just how much I actually ended up enjoying it. I thought it would be good. You know, I thought it might be like a 6 out of 10. I might play it once or twice. It's pulled me back many more times than once or twice. And I think it'll be something that will probably live in near the front of my catalogue for a long time. I've been distracted gasbagging and talking and lost this village to rebels immediately after establishing it, which is painful. But what we'll do is we'll get Sharon online as well, because very hard-working village. We'll start with 3 militia. Our militia are brilliant, of course. And probably, actually, if we've got the spare manpower, we should just be using Harkonnen's special ability and just oppressing the ever-loving out of these villages to try and get maximum pain and maximum production generation. This one's been placed on a little bit of a cooldown because the rebels decided that my lead wasn't good enough, which is quite annoying. Hard difficulty only as Atreides. Yep. My first game, A Cute Little Crab, was also with Atreides. I feel like they're a really good first starter. Because of their lore, I feel like perhaps as well that draws the Dune fan into playing with Atreides, which is totally fair. They're a very powerful pick. And they really... in my experience anyway, really favor the political victory, but also the domination victory through assassination, which is a wonderful little thing where you can essentially use all of your diplomatic points to queue up these... in case anybody hasn't seen it, queue up these missions where you go through a series of small challenges, not too extreme. We're talking the kind of penalties that might be applied to you on a Civ 6 council or something like that. Nothing super duper game changing, but it's significant enough decisions to have an impact. And anyway, the most extreme of all is actually a domination victory trigger at the assassination mission. In my first live stream, I played as Atreides, and we managed to pull it off on one of the 3 houses. It was really fun, actually. A really fun mixed game. I really enjoyed the Atreides play. Atreides troops are super good for newcomers as well. A very great point. Buff each other in a simple way. Doesn't require too much, too much RTS min-maxing. Oh, White Nerdy, I didn't see you there as well. Hey, the raid pickaxe drew my attention now, though. So, the interesting thing what I could do here, and what I should have done over here, we'll bounce back here as soon as we can to repay this. Difficulty is going to be paying our spice taxes in 3 days' time. We currently have absolutely 0 production, which doesn't make paying the Imperial tax easy, and not paying it consecutively really does send you down a downward spiral. It's not one of these nice little game things like, say, stability and humankind, where you can just sort of ignore it because it's somewhat inconsequential and she'll be right. In this case, the taxman will expect prompt payment. So there are a couple of ways that I could potentially grab some spice. I have my 1 scout unit still up here. We've placed an agent in these Atreides research camps, these kind of like Civ goody huts. I should describe them as their proper name, not goody hut, but this one, for example, is an abandoned Fremen camp. We should try and use our agents as much as possible to grab these little bonuses. The trouble is, they're not spice bonuses. We could jump in and try and trade some spice off somebody else, but that's not going to happen. So I think, actually, I will have to just default on my taxes just this once. This first time. We could jump in and just check if someone's got like, ooh, okay, actually, if someone's got like 200, they might be willing to trade me 50. The AI will be very, very reluctant to trade any away if they can't pay their own taxes on time, which is absolutely fair enough. I wouldn't be spending the last of my dollars either. However, I would like to get off on the right footing. This is a very, very high price though. Yeah, no. We're just going to not pay our taxes and suffer the penalties the first time around. Call it a noob penalty for not getting, for not watching against rebellions earlier on. Why can't I see others in chat, but I can see peeps on screen? They're probably watching on the YouTube stream. Yep.
Let's get to business.
Okay, so the smugglers are immediately a little bit with me because I didn't pay my spice to the Imperium. That's fine. It's hurt my exchange rate a little bit, and now we need to focus on getting the Empire solidly built up and online, and that likely involves using the suppression ability as much as possible, filling this place full of extra improvements. Water is one that we'll need to keep expanding. This territory is a wind strength of 4, so the way that it calculates water is wind strength times... Oh, you're going to go and take this, aren't you? Wind strength times 3, so 12 water. Good. It'll put me up to 20 in the green, which is good enough. Now, I'm fighting over here. We've got another fight to take over there. So that suggests to me that we need to train our extra troopers. We probably also need some military improvements, including this increased army supply, because stomping my way across these deserts is very difficult supply-wise. My men are eaten alive. By the time they actually get there, their supply bars are halfway down and they're nearly wiped out. So what I need to do is really make sure that I have supply between these two close villages, boost up my supply through technology or airfields, and that'll let me airdrop out far away. In the meantime, I'll keep pillaging. We'll keep trying to pick up some early spice. Focus on building up these two as well. I think the extra militia and then just pounding this one through the oppression ability again is a great idea. Start to roll through. I wonder if I also want to roll through some of the more political powers, the research hub, the influence production, potentially. Because of the way that the oppression ability works, it could also just be a good idea to build more sort of core resource extractors on this territory. So fuel, for example, because I can extract a whole load of extra. I don't think it has a lot of extra value though, so I might just use this boost to quickly get a little maintenance center online. Oh, good night. Enjoy your sleep, Yonex. Enjoy your sleep. Brilliant. Yeah, so aside from these early rebellions, I think everything's going reasonably well. Not as reasonably well as Nate Hill, though. The premiere version of Nate. 8 months you've been a YouTube channel member. Nate, that is something to celebrate. Wow. Thank you, Nate. Nate says, need some good juju for my NHL team tonight. Bless up, homies. Oh, brilliant stuff. I'm throwing so much good juju at you, you don't have enough hands to catch it all. My god, that's a lot of juju, is what people are saying when they're watching all that juju. Oh, thank you, Nate. You're amazing. Okay, so we have to wait for this village awkwardly to turn for its bloody devastation to tune down. There's a technology we can get to help us out a little bit with that, speed that up a bit along the way. Let's oppress this place again. It's earning me manpower, So it's almost earning enough manpower where it can stay oppressed. I'm going to lose this place to the rebels as well. Just going to let them do that. I need to focus on what I'm building at the start. I'm actually almost toying with just an entire reroll from the beginning. But I think this will be fine. Losing the first spice hurts a lot. Like, it's sort of almost a bit too much. In fact, don't tell anybody. Shh, shh, shh. What? What? Oh, what's this new trick he's doing? Wow, how does he do that? He's going to turn the sandworms up to full. We're going to turn the map size down to small. And this is my, in theory, maximum pain settings. If you've joined us from Bosius's raid, you should, trust me, be more grateful for this than anything. Because as you'll notice, we'd actually only just began. But losing the first spice, it's kind of like losing your settler. In a way. It's kind of like losing your settler. You don't want to lose your settler. So, let me chuck it onto 2 speed so that I can catch up immediately to where I was before, having mucked around perhaps a little bit in the beginning with a couple of technical sound difficulties. We're away and laughing. Alexander, small tips greatly appreciated. In fact, even large tips greatly appreciated. Having the strangest feeling of deja vu. No, Pete, say it ain't so. Not this time. I'm going to go in hard and fast. No mucking around. And try and keep the military within reach because we're just going to be stuck with a lot of rebellions, particularly with the oppression ability. I should have units nearby and ready to suppress oppression. One of the key downfalls. So let's do that. Also, we're within range of the home base this time, which is really nice because we get the added little benefit of having missiles shoot down upon the rebels. Let's have an eye to explorations. I see a spice field up to the left, so let's actually send the scout straight there. We'll grab this immediately. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Gonna go hard and fast. Well, Nate, I mean, I'm not known for it, but here we go. Speedrun strategies, amazing to see. Oh. Yeah, let's do it. Sika Montilano! Montilano, thank you so much for becoming a member of the Mini Pixels on the YouTube stream. If you're watching on Twitch and you're like, what the heck's a Mini Pixel and where are these names coming from? That's the YouTube. You can see the YouTube stream. Thank you so much for becoming a member. That is awesome. How good. Processing plant, Plascrete factory, recruitment office. The big 3. The big 3. Get my Plascrete online first here because we have minerals plus 50% Plascrete production. Not bad. Grab this place as well. This territory here, this village here, has access to our spice, so there's our first spice online. Very nice. Wondering if I grab that extra supply so that supply doesn't bother me when I'm stomping around, punching people and taking their villages. Yep, new village under control. Bloody brilliant. Let's get the spice harvester online, and then I'll bounce 1 unit over this way, so we'll have 1 and 1 in each one. Although, already cheekily thinking, hey, actually, an expansion up there wouldn't be a mess, would it? No, I don't think it would. The downside is water. We're probably not going to have enough water. No. We also need 48 authority. So, shall I oppress this place? Yes. Oppress immediately. Let's chuck an extra militia in. And grab the... I just really do love the recruitment office. The doubling down on the recruitment office is so good. So freaking good. Processing plants requires structured warehouses and rare elements or a special region. So I'll have to side vent that one. Missile batteries I love for the early defense, but they are so costly. And often I end up bankrupting myself building too many of them. Because I love them so much. So I need to ditch my love of the missile battery. Send some military units to investigate this after they take this place, which reminds me we'll need the wind trap online. This region is a wonderful one for it because of its 5 wind strength. So I might just quickly oppress this one. Get that wind trap online to fuel early expansion. We'll get a slot ready for the Plascrete factory, discreetly plasticking, and then we'll start harvesting that sweet, sweet spice. And also using my manpower to chuck an extra crewman onto that ship. Let's get perhaps Arrakis infiltrated for the early researchers. I can start doing these research tasks. I'll pillage this place for a little bit of cash money. and send a military unit here. This guy. Let's grab that. You can come back to base. You've had a hard life. Come on. Get on back here. Get on back here. Want to up the challenge and do this challenge when my feet are in a bucket of ice cold water. Should I pour one over my head first too? Jumbo's playing one on insane difficulty. He deserves props. Well, I don't know if he deserves props. Okay, quick pause. We need to now get the, perhaps just wham bam thank you ma'am in on Plascrete Factory and then the recruitment office. Because the Plascrete Factory will fuel more recruitment officers for more Plascrete Factories, for more recruitment officers. You can see where this is going. And then this one here, maintenance center seems a bit meh. Anything that can provide yield, potentially the water, right? We could generate a little bit of extra water, but I don't think that's entirely necessary. I might just use a maintenance center, fill a gap, make everything adjacent to it a little bit cheaper as well. You need to get out of there. You've died, you big idiot. Allow me to retrain some people in your place. Let's get a gunner as well. I swapped one unit for another, and I don't feel super hot about it, but I'm going to put it on auto-explore nonetheless. Get out there and find what is rightfully yours. Let me queue up, perhaps, some extra command points for an extra large military so that we can go out and do some fighting. Other options include grabbing the extra militia slot early on, potentially powerful for the way that it scales with my oppression ability. Extra agents of the Space and Guild, and the Stealth Probe, which is a very good unit. I just don't know if I want to use it or if it really fits with what I'm after. So I might offset that. Early knowledge is always useful as well. A great point. I kind of want to dabble in a lot of these early ones, maybe staying away from the top left of the tree a little bit, but I shouldn't ignore it altogether either, because actually it is quite useful. But unlocking more sort of in this branch here, where I start to get my agents trained twice as fast, 100% recruitment speed. I like to get that fairly early on as well, because I feel like it really adds up. Water extractor, maybe. Composite materials, maybe. We'll bounce through, I think, firstly, one of these military ones, just to give me maybe a little bit of extra manpower so that I can use my ability more. Could then bounce through into the extra harvesters. I like to get the spying logistics as well, though, so I'll queue up a little base like that. Okay, great. Beeline martial economy. Yeah, that is a great path for me. A wonderful path. You are awesome. Okay, I've got 3 units standing around doing nothing. That's bad. So let's send all 3 of them to go and punch this place. We are now sending in, by the way, a new unit, our gunner. Ranged attacks. It's a demolition team. Ranged attacks deal extra damage. Ranged attacks have a plus 30% chance to destroy armor. Receives a pinned down multiplier while engaged in melee combat, though, so I should keep it at the back. And the downside is that ranged attacks deal 30% of their damage to allies. So it can often actually be a good idea to lead. Oh, shoot. Although not in this case, because we've got a big old sandworm coming out. So we're going to have to stand back here. We could try and bait them into staying out here in the desert and being swallowed by the worm. But in this case, it doesn't really matter. We have superior firepower, and we're easily able to sweep through. And potentially actually sweep back around through this way. Brilliant. I'll assign this agent to Atreides so that they can generate a whole load of extra intelligence for me so that I can start to use some missions. We do receive some hegemony for intel spent on missions, so it would be a good idea to do that. Anyway, I should just do a quick pauseroo, smash down the oppression ability, and then get the recruitment office online there so that we can start oppressing some extra manpower production. And then here, I actually don't have enough resource to do anything about it. Brilliant. All right, we need to bring my units back to the center so that I can be close by enough to stop down any rebellions that may or may not pop up around the edges. This new village can get started on its Plascrete production and a couple of militia to inevitably rebel against me. Great. And this place should be ready to be attacked. It does cost an extra 5% authority to take it, seeing as I've pillaged it once, but I don't think that's an issue. Let's go punch it. Let's go punch it. Entertainment value is greater than optimal play. Well, date. I mean, he's not wrong. That optimal play is of low value. Okay. Additional militia, always a good idea. Smash it back on the oppression mode again and just keep oppressing this place. It is about to rebel. I'm tossing up between adding some additional influence or additional knowledge to my places to use the oppression ability alongside. It scales it up really well. I think it's genuinely quite good. Maybe a little bit of influence generation so that I'm not riding along on 0. Try and stop the Atreides. Your gold is in the red. It is. It is. Fortunately, I've managed to stockpile enough spice that I'll never have to worry about that again. Famous last words. What I mean to say is, I've queued up enough spice that I can afford to adjust this little exchange rate slider down probably quite a bit. If I adjust it down to +8, we're still well in the green, and that'll put the economy well in the green. We could get greedy, slide it down another notch. How are we looking? 251? Yeah? Okay. I see you. 202 is a little bit risky because it will inevitably go offline. But I should probably be able to ride it around there and we can start to actually get the coffers in the green again. I appreciate the defense, Nate. It's a good defense. Okay, I'm taking this village. I don't care. We take it. We leave nothing behind. It will be a fuel generating village, which is nice enough. This one is within range of the capital. So if this one rebel gets a little bit closer, it will suffer the full might of this place. Yeah! Suffer my full might! However, it's probably not going to because my militia is strong enough to just repel that. So, no big deal. Let's get the recruitment office online here. Oppress. Thank you. Militia, yes, great, you're doing well. Rebellion in full swing here and in full swing here. So, let's send the demo man to this one, and then let's send the melee units to this one. The demo man is strong enough, because of its high armor, that it'll be able to take a couple of hits from these guys. Could actually sort of bait them around like this. You'll see that the missile damage is incredibly strong. Get some influence from destroying them as well, which is a nice benefit. These guys will be down literally in a sandstorm. However, look at them go. They are just agents of chaos and power. And the rebellion is of no match for me. Great. All right. Bring everybody back to the center. Rebellion successfully squashed. Nicely done. Could put you on a press mode again. I think we'll put you on a press mode again. And and everything is brilliant. We'll need to put you on a press mode again because you're our spice place. And without spice, my economy goes absolutely into the red and starts screaming and crying and calling you all sorts of really rude names. So we'll need to get the spice connected and online nicely. And also probably look to maybe get the fuel cell connected up here at this fuel-y place. After, of course, connecting plastic, building militia. You know the drill. You know the drill. Those lousy rebels were given my f***ing boot. Yeah, just wham, straight up there. Speedruns. Helps authority, structured warehouses, processing plant. That tree is a brilliant tree. The economy tree. My favorite kind of tree. Way better than those crappy ones with leaves outside. Okay, we have 80 votes by default, making us the second most powerful voter here at the council. I also have 94 influence generated, which is a little boosted. Probably not as good as Atreides. All of these votes are bad. Do we want negative influence, negative power, or negative manpower? Which is essentially what that's doing. I think the negative manpower is probably the worst for me. So I'm going to throw a whole load of votes behind declining that. The others, I don't mind so much. So much. Huge amounts of water being produced. The people will drink for days. Never be thirsty again. And we should probably go and fight. And also have a look for where maybe my next spice will be. See if there are any special regions about the place. There aren't a huge number of special regions. Here's probably my next spice. Yeah. Which maybe means that moving through this territory, this looks like a beautiful space, a safe space to stand to dodge worms. Let's go give it a fight. It's got 3 militia, so my units will be pushed to their absolute limits. Not really, but it will be difficult. Let's oppress. While we're oppressing, we'll get I was going to say a maintenance center online for the reduced upkeep cost, but, you know, actually, that is questionable. Reducing the maintenance early is useful because it does provide me with the ability to build my main buildings here, once we get to 2,000 hegemony, a little bit faster. So, potentially, it is the right move. I'll oppress here as well, and try and grab what resource I can. Maybe a little bit of knowledge to go with my influence. The missile battery would be nice because we're close to the main, but arguably not needed. Also, the water generation, arguably not needed. So, I'll grab a little bit of knowledge. Why not? So completed construction up here, which is super good. Let's get the manpower recruitment offers online and oppress the ever-loving oppress out of this place. Just keep oppressing the people. It's not a great message, and governors around the world, I would discourage you from listening to it. However, fairly effective. Let's keep producing water as well. Focusing in up here, this was a very tough fight. Likely the pop range damage from my demo man, which is a great unit, but should maybe not be left alone in combat, right? Like if I'm busy mucking around doing economic things in other places, not a good idea to leave the demo man by itself. There's almost a call, I think, for just sending 2 demo men in at the villages that only have 2 militia. 2 demo man versus 2 militia could be a reasonable take. Let's bounce the armies back this way to quickly quash this rebellion. Potentially supporting them with an extra dude. Water generation will have enough in our back pocket once places like this have finished producing their water that we won't need to rely on one place for all of our water. These units are losing supply like there's no tomorrow. Let's bring them back to a friendly place. Allow them to build up a little bit of supply. I'll also now enact a... well, actually any intel missions are a good idea to start churning through for the extra bonus hegemony. So let me start churning through those. I'll want to make sure that you just heal up a little bit. You could probably do your healing up here though. Actually, yes, you really should, because what we can do is use the demo man, who's on quite high health, to go in and fight this and bait these rebels out of here. Thus, saving the day, protecting the village, and not damaging anyone else in the process. Go you. Alright. Martial economy, I love you so. Grid explain, I also love you so. I might just squeeze my way into spying logistics first. 9 days. Oh, it's a tough ask. The plus 20% resource production in villages is also a fun potential combo for us to deal with here. But I might stay away from that. Let's go modular parts for the extra crew on our spice. Then... I'm also looking at these military ones thinking, ooh, you know, that extra militia would go down an absolute treat with the lads. Plus 10% manpower production in my heavy militia and house guard. Also a brilliant unlock for me. Especially one to get early on. Might grab the defense systems for the extra militia. And continue to use that oppression wherever I can. Getting the second spice extractor online shouldn't be slept on as well, I don't think. Have I built maintenance centers close to each other? I better not have. Oh, you're right, I did. Yeah, these two are too close together. They should ideally have one territory between them. Okay, everybody, have you finished quashing rebellions and are we ready to go out and have a look at things? Yes, we are, but I should use these probes fairly readily. They only cost 50 intel to queue up. I'm producing 6 intel a day. I've got a gear sabotage and a poison reserve, so taking a village with 3 while I have 2 is entirely possible. The Vanguard is a slightly lower health, but definitely more powerful unit. When an enemy unit dies in combat nearby, it receives plus 10%. I don't think that's a good pick for me. I think we need our extra trooper online again, though, most likely. And I should also oppress here and here. And send the two dudes up this way to quash that rebellion. Damn rebels. Another probe setup, good to go. So I'll quickly smash out one of those. Once my 50 intel ticks over, come on, I know you can do it. Plus 49, there we go, plus 50. Great. And actually, as soon as I get rewarded for using intel things, I'll just drop a couple of missions here. While I don't necessarily need to use them against the AI, because the downside of playing a small map is yet to truly be realized, I think. I think we've still got time on our side. Grabbing the second spice will be a priority though, so let's get this unit back down here and get ready to start moving this way. We go here, we grab this one. These two can defend each other quite nicely, and also start harvesting a second pair of spice? A second means of... I don't know. More intel generation seems like a good idea to me, so let's queue up a little bit more of that. Yes. Yes. And looks like we may be being rebelled against this way. Luckily, we had a trooper already standing there. Go you. Why don't you bait them up towards the main tower so that you can take a few less hits, and they can take a couple of hits from some missiles. Seems good to me. Bring these guys back to the center as well. And just like that, we are actually looking pretty good. We've crossed over the 2,000 hegemony threshold, but so too has House Atreides. That means that I can start building improvements on my main center. I don't have the money to support improvements like that, but I do have the plastic. So we want to try and find a way that I can make more money, and not at hopefully at the cost of anything else. My two ideas are to trade away my plastic, or to try and use votes to my favor. I see here we could get our military units trained at half cost. That's quite good. The increased authority is nice, but the minus 30% Solari upkeep is perhaps the best. So let's just make sure that that happens. Put all of my votes behind it. We'll probe an unknown region to try and get a little bit more visibility over it, giving me a little bit more hegemony as well, right? 280. It's actually quite a lot, to be fair. Quite a lot indeed. Sorry, I'm just having a sip of the most beautiful microwave coffee of all time and turning my attention back to chat to look once more. Vanguards have the same bonuses as mercenaries. And mercenaries, I feel, just not quite good enough for me to be like, I'm always doing mercenaries. Don't know if Jumbo knows about the eye trick. Yes, I do. It was in one of my tips videos. It is a brilliant, a nice little overlay. The U and the I keys are the best UI tricks. See what I did there? U for the airfield range. It's actually X. What a noob. XI are the... doesn't quite have the same... Should I do the drums again? Just half do the drums? No. X is brilliant. I is better. I is great. I gives us... I is nice to see the kind of yield that's being pumped out when you go into oppression mode as well, if you don't want to mouse over the little tooltips. Speaking of oppression mode, should I do it again while we're nearby? I think the answer is yes. I'm not too afraid of rebellions here while I've got units standing around. Still sort of slightly healing up as well, it's got to be said. Thank you for following as well, my friend. You're awesome. Member here, follower there. What is the point of knowledge? Does it lower the number to research? Yeah, so knowledge is basically science. It is basically just science. Easiest way to think about it. It appears in the tooltip to not tell you how much knowledge they cost, but rather already do the calculation for knowledge per day times number of days, to then tell you how many days it will take you to do the research. But it's just a science score, essentially. Okay, here comes that rebellion that I talked about earlier. Let's get the demo man at the front line. With its with its 3 armor, it's just gonna shoot these units. They have no supply anyway. Quickly get some shots off before the militia get too close. Oh no, I've accidentally misclicked and sent the trooper. Oh well. The spoiler alert is it actually thankfully doesn't matter too much. Although I don't want to lose the trooper to a sandworm, but if I lose the militia, so be it. If you're new to Dune Spice Wars, the militia that are trained in these villages can't be manually controlled by the player. So if they run out into a dangerous territory where they could be eaten by a worm, they'll just get eaten. Yeah, they'll just get eaten. This trade deal does remind me that I have a lot of plastic to trade away, and I would like to get a bit of money for it. So let's try and find someone who likes plastic, which is the smugglers. And they have no huge attitude towards money, but they have enough money that I should be able to pocket. Let's try and grab $1,500 out of them. And in exchange, we'll give them 1,500 plastic. Seems like a good deal, no? We'll actually sweeten the deal to 1,700. And try and get it up to that too. There we go. Boom. Get that trade deal done. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. Deal absolutely sorted. We're not making a lot of money at the moment because our spice harvester is a little bit limited, but it's getting there. I'll send the troops over to take this village, which is an important one on our quest to 2 spice. And now I have enough money to be able to build one of these improvements. I haven't as Harkonnen in a hot minute. What is my improvement strategy here? Extra manpower on the villages to snowball more oppression. Seems like a reasonable pick. The barracks is always good. Statecraft-wise, probably less important to me. I do like the harvester works a lot. Minus 50% harvester respawn time could be useful in a world where worms are at maximum pain level as well. I think that's probably a reasonable pick. Plus 5% harvester gathering rate too. I also really like that early research boost from this though, the research center. You can see it gives plus 3 research and plus 30% knowledge. Basically this thing doubles my science immediately and makes research hub upkeep reduced. I think it's really kind of an always good, powerful pick, and so I'm going to choose it first, even though the military ones may be better for me in the long run. I feel like I grab this, and then it just lets me really through the tech tree a bit faster. I don't know. I feel like it's maybe not necessarily always the best pick, but almost always a solid pick. And then I can come in and grab maybe extra manpower, extra health for my units. If we want to really stomp people down, we'll go command post as well for the extra command points and power once we get support structures unlocked. But for the time being, I'll grab the research center. I'm just deciding whether I want the 2nd tier base or the 3rd tier base. I think I probably want at least the 2nd tier base out of this. So I'll build it in this spot here. Boom! Thought this was a Max Payne. Oh, sorry, the side of your message is just slightly cut off. Sorry, the side of the chat was just slightly cut off. Why aren't you taking the most useless buildings? It's not meant to bring Max Payne to me. That would be Max Max host suffering. Potentially. No. I would like to bring, although we are bringing Max Payne to my troops, I'd like to bring Max Payne to others. No. The inspiration behind this Max Payne challenge, if you're curious, is smallest world as possible with the largest number of worms as possible. The idea is that the world is as painful as it can be by cramming the players right up against each other. My theory is it's easier the larger you go because you end up with a lot of free space that you can take and hold and look after. And then you increase the number of worms to the max. I don't know how that scales with map size. I don't know, for example, if the game's just like, well, we're doing 10 worms and that's that. Or if it's saying map size times whatever value equals number of worms. I don't know. But my hope is that it can really ramp the number of worms right the way up to true maximum. And also playing as House Harkonnen, it does allow me to perhaps instill pain in other houses better than most. And also, actually, instill pain in my own, sadly. feels bad for my own villagers, but also maximum pain against my own villagers through the oppression ability. If you wanted to look at it through that slightly dark lens, you could very well also do that. If you want to. You don't have to. Might get a little hegemony ticker just ticking away there too. And then time to sweep in here, I think, and grab this. Let's send the demo man in first. Once this trooper catches up with this one, we'll bring them over. Probably about now is the right time, maybe? Nope. Come on, you! There you go. Get some nice splash damage off. Yeah, really splash that damage. Oh, and get away from the worms. Speaking of worms, here's some I was prepared to bait earlier. Now, in terms of my taxes, I'm not going to be able to pay on time, so we're going to have to up that exchange rate a little bit, and even now it's still somewhat close, but should be all right. You focus fire there, keeping your splash damage away from the troopers, who can focus fire on fighting the other trooper, and then what I'll look to do is bring you out of the fight and stand up on this rock. No? No rock? Okay. You can just muck around in the background. Boom. There we go. Second spice place captured, which is great. The downside here is there's going to be a whole load of rebellions, probably. I might apply a corruption to this. Hopefully, losing the Atreides some standing with the council. Gold Octopus, welcome in. Thank you so much for dropping by, wishing us a fabulous stream, and liking the video. Much appreciated. A slightly later one for you. Press like for our boy. Much appreciated. Let the pain flow through you? Yeah, not quite as spicy, huh? Oh, my side of my chat has just cut off. I can fix that. Why does it keep... There we go. Okay, that should be sorted. All right. So we've taken Walmura, which will hook up that spice fairly easily. The economy's in the red, which suggests maybe we just need to be making spice, and we just do not have the economy to fix it. Thankfully, once I grab this, I'll be able to bring units back this way. And in fact, the once I grab this is right now. And then we'll be able to use the... I'd love to build an early oppression ability, but I might just play it safe here, because ideally, actually, I need to bring my units back around this way somewhere, so that I can start using the oppression ability back over here at home. If we use it on 3 territories, hopefully that won't push too far. Push Spice Wars too far. A maintenance center here is actually a reasonable one. So I will build it there. We can potentially remove it from elsewhere. Rebellion's just opened up this way. That's fine. I'll queue up a poison reserve and a probe so that we keep using intel. And my troops arrived in a beautiful time to squash that rebellion. An absolute match made in heaven for rebellion squashing. Brilliant. I've triggered something negative to happen on that one, so that's fine. Atreides absolutely owned all of those. Water upkeep actually doesn't hurt me, so I could use this to punish everyone else, or military development completion speed is 50% faster. That is actually super strong. If we do that, I can beeline through my very powerful military development tech tree at great value. That's, it's actually really, 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 really good. It's gotta be said. Kind of difficult what I would even like to scale next. I suppose with rare elements we've unlocked the processing plant. Requires structured warehouses to get that online though. So first, I notice I am nearly empty on fuel. I'm actually just about completely overdone on manpower, which suggests to me that I can just auto-click, roll through this on my core territories here. Get the spice harvesters back out and deployed and full of dudes as well. This new one is just online. Welcome to the team. This territory would benefit a little more from some extra defense. Let's continue to add militia to it. And I think actually an airfield would be really brilliant as well, but Money is a problem. Money, 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 money. Although, now with our extra spice online, you would think we'd be able to search a bit extra. What are we losing most of it on? The recruitment officers. Okay. Neat. Let's get this territory producing plastic. And this place also producing plastic. There we go. And we'll just snowball these ones back through. Their wonderful oppression ability. And the oppression continues. Yes. The returns from extra maintenance centers is fairly low, but my economy is very low. Get that spice harvester back out. And let's burst through a few of these military ones, unless I have time, maybe, to sneak through something else before these resolutions go through. 1 day remaining before the next council. Results, support, okay, yep, 20 days for military developments to be an extra 50%. So let's use that to my advantage. You'll see the speed here is very low, right? Very low for me. So maybe I burst through, grab the extra damage against militia, extra command points, house guard, and we go and really stomp someone. Military units minus supply is good. Resources from pillaging, nice enough. Airfield range, yeah. Yeah. Manpower production, heavy militia. I think I probably do want that. I want to just burst through to central command and unlock my unique and have the military to support it. And then we can go and stomp someone if we can get the economy online. It is money that I need to be making. So where do we want to stomp through? Maybe I just go for an early fight against the Fremen, who are probably emerging as the best. No. Interestingly, Atreides are. Neat. What do you reckon? I'm willing to take some steer. How would you like me to drive this ship this morning? When the village rebels, the militia doesn't kick in. Yeah, you can kind of think of it as the village itself rebelling, basically. Those militia aren't going to fight because they're kind of rebels at that point. Yeah, that's the worst kind of rebellion, of course. Not helped by the fact that I'm constantly oppressing them. A little bit of an issue. More probe setups. Yes, this is easy hegemony farming. And I'm just deciding on whether I want to punch that or whether I'd like to expand out my own empire a little further. Hope to grab an extra spice. This is the edge of the world, so no need to stretch out too far that way. I think we probably stretch in maybe towards this territory, this spice, get an airfield connected. For the time being, there's a little rebellion that's occurred this way, so we'll just stop that down. And I'll try and prompt up my failing economy by trading a little bit of money for plastic. And when I say a little bit, that's the understatement of the year. I actually mean a lot, because I'm producing a lot of plastic. So it's pretty easy for me to just get rid of a whole load and grab some money. That will also allow me to get an extra economic building, hopefully, on the capital. The upkeep is large, but if we can get the second one online, I'll also get plus 10% Solari production, which will be a nice little economic booster. So, yeah. Maybe it'll be enough. The other benefits here that I could consider, like I could get more gains from building something else. It would really only be the extra manpower production or the extra health on my units that would allow me to be a little bit more hands-off in their fighting. But no, I think that the Harvester Works is really the obvious option for me here. Get that second economic improvement online. These guys are going to need to bounce around over here now and stop that rebellion. And let's get the necessary infrastructure in place over here to support it. Now, it needs fuel. There's a good spot for a fuel cell here. Well, there's a free spot for a fuel cell anyway, I should say. So we'll get some militia online. You need to dodge that sandworm or you are not going home tonight. And that is not a future for my army. And we'll continue to probe set up the unknown world over here. My goodness, there's a lot of world to probe. I blew all my cash on... I blew all my cash on building a flash building in the main hub. And that has meant that our economy is flailing just slightly again. Let's send the rebel crushers back this way to crush this rebellion. Make sure the spice harvesters are online. Could save the economy by surging the exchange rate down, but that hurts a bit too much as well. Water deficit will be hurting my resupply too. That'll just be because this village isn't online most likely, but just to make sure that we protect it at all costs, let's also get a wind trap down in this very special village, which really needs to be protected militarily, ideally, but I'll allow it, just to make sure that I always have enough, which at the moment I do. Let's grab a little gold nest egg by ditching a whole load of unnecessary plastic. Thanks, friend. You're the best. Thanks for keeping me alive. Make sure that both harvesters are redeployed. Boom. All right. Hold off on churning through oppression, maybe only on the spice producing territory for a little bit. Grab a heavy militia there to increase it as well. And then if I just keep these units here. Ooh, so this is just a normal rebellion. Normal rebellions are a lot easier for me to fight. I don't mind the normal ones. I will definitely keep queuing it here though, because my units are standing here, so why the heck not? Like, it just makes sense. Economy back in the green. Producing enough spice to pay my taxes comfortably. Good. Good. Should be able to let that float along. The only downside, of course, will be when these bad things happen. Looks like the militia are just going to win this fight, so we don't need to bother about rerouting some dudes. Although we do need the ability to, so let's get an airfield here. That'll allow me to really quickly drop there. And then when I expand, say, through this way, potentially, we'll be able to quickly bounce between there and there. Village under siege. Oh, come on. Oh, the one, and they just weren't strong enough to do it. Amazing. Ooh, architectural surveys. Dang, we're not in a position to take advantage of that. So I will put all of my votes behind getting myself the better exchange rate. Oh, it would be really nice to surge in on someone's capital, though. It's probably going to be the Fremen one. So let's use probe setup. There it is. Cool. I was going to say, let's use probe setup to try and figure out exactly where it is. Because I'm not mad at an early fight here. Not mad at that at all. Okay, so we fixed that, no trouble. And then we have a unit waiting to squash each rebellion. Everything being produced is being produced in the green, which is wonderful. And then really, if you could get a missile battery, I'd feel like you had kind of done everything you could do. One missile battery between these two is a pretty good use of resources. We do need to get the militia back in here, which is expensive, but not the end of the world. I'll just go for cheapies, I think. I think cheapies are totally fine. Nothing wrong with a couple of cheapies. Yes! Thank you for the follow. And then I could go for another maintenance center to reduce the very costly maintenance next door there. Probably not a bad idea. Chuck that on to overpower mode. Overpower mode. Overpower mode. There's my Solari back in the green again. Get an agent on the guild. Developments, we've absolutely smashed through there. Let's get some economic development online. Now that that bonus is no longer in effect, we used it to great advantage. Now let's focus up on making money. Minus 30% unit upkeep is brilliant. Extra resources from villages, extra plastic. This is a wonderful beeline. Let's beeline down in that way a little bit. Probe setup. Boom. You need Solari to utilize the airfield. That I do, yep. That I definitely do. Thankfully, while we're oppressing the people, that is not a problem. I'd like to get it to a point, of course, where I don't have to be oppressing. But the oppression ability is so good, I'd probably be using it on a couple of local territories at all times anyway. Harvest is not doing anything. Get back to work! You lazy what are you doing? My maintenance citizens are overlapping. Yeah, I should be deleting old ones. Where are they overlapping? I think it's just one, actually. I think it's just this one. There's only one overlapping maintenance center, to my knowledge. Unless there's one here as well. There is one here as well. I like leaving this one because it's on the oppression village, but we'd get more value out of it not being there, so I'll definitely remove that one. Might leave that other one for now, question mark. But yep, let's remove this one overlapping one. I don't want to... I would ideally like to build something in its place that's actually producing me some yield. I don't necessarily need fuel, and I don't think it needs to be here. If there's one yield that I want to produce a whole load more of with oppression, it's likely to be one of these statecrafty ones, which is either hegemony or intel. I suppose that makes it intel for me. I can trade it away. It's alright. Sure. Let's oppress. Oppress. I'd quite like to take that place back as well. Wonder if I can train a 4th unit. Can we afford the upkeep on that? Probably not. We should also go for an expansion out to probably the middle to grab that spice. So let's bring 2 units down there. And keep another one near the center. Just in case. And we'll move and grab that expand. Oh, my economy's in the red again. Time to oppress an extra village. Any extra villagers want to make me some extra money? You? You? Oh, destroying that maintenance center cost me dearly. I don't think... Oh God, I actually don't know if removing those extra ones is a very good idea. I feel like we may have underestimated the amount that the economy is relying on them. No. We'll redeploy the spice harvester and everything will be fine. And everything will be even more fine once I take this place. Although it does go to show just how down to the wire it is in terms of economic health. Ooh! It's a special region as well, though, so that makes me even more inclined to grab it. Let's quickly go for a quick economic bailout by reaching to one of our friends who likes plastic. Atreides love plastic. See if they can just chuck us a little bit of cash for a little bit of plastic. Thank you. Hey, just need a little bit to tide me over, mate. I'll be good by next pay, I promise. And we'll oppress these places again. Yes. It is the Harkonnen way. It's the way of our people. Great. Architectural bases only affects your faction. Oh man. Now would be a great time to start getting some military boosters online. This one requires almost no gold and a lot of plastic, but its upkeep cost is quite high. I don't know if I want to take on the extra upkeep. Ideally, I think I would be building either my barracks or probably my recruitment center. 30% bonus exchange rate, though, on the Chone branch. We could get that built in here. Actually, that could be really useful. Requires economic lobbying. Yeah. For the extra exchange rate for the rest of the game, 30% is quite a nice bonus. Fairly impactful. Let me check my generate. My generation's totally fine, so we could actually squeeze a little bit of extra money out of there too. Lovely. Lose 500 bucks, but I won't lose a military unit or set up 2 new spying operations. That is much easier for me to do. Let's just get rid of these gear sabotages. I guess. Could do a poison reserves over here just to mess with someone. It's not really needed. I'll keep it in my back pocket because I can just queue up basically just another one of those. They only cost intel, so they're very easy to queue up. New village controlled. Yes, it's a special region. Plus 2,000% research hub resource production and plus 500% hegemony. Looks good to me. Yeah, look at that research hub. I'll go for the plasticrete first. Because plastic makes more plastic, so it's a plastic fantastic pick. And then we'll kit this place out with a wide range of militia. Love it. Make sure that these oppressions are oppressing, and then squash this rebellion. Cool. Good timing. Well, bad. It's always a bad time for a rebellion, but not terrible timing anyway, put it that way. Some discussion around what the +1 max means, whether it means, because there are two different ways that I see it being interpreted in the chat. Let me just squash these rebellions. Where are we? Maintenance center. -30% plus Greek production in allied villages in the region and its neighbors, ×1 max. My take is that it's the allied adjacency that is ×1 maximum, so you can't have a ×1 adjacency coming from here and an adjacency coming from here and here and here. You only get the ×1 going across the border once. That's how I interpret that. I can't really interpret anything else concrete out of it without making assumptions. Everything may look bad, but it's just a few rebellions. Don't worry, it's honestly, look, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. Queue out those so that I can queue those back up again. Nice. We get hegemony from doing it after all, don't forget. So it's a good idea to just churn through deprobes. Thank you. Let me... sorry, I'm covering my alerts. Boom. Alright, we are good. Sorry about that. My alert was covered. I just wanted to check. Thank you, DDK, for following. Alright. Council votes. This is a good one to use against Atreides. -50% unit recruitment cost is quite useful for me, though, actually. Yeah. Let's do that so that I can train up a nice big army. My exchange rate makes me more money. Unfortunately, we're not building a lot to exchange at the minute. Go down there and stomp that. My low army's costing me a bit. I'll oppress again. Cram that down. It should get us back into the green. Good God. Recruitment office at 34. I probably have too many recruitment officers at this point as well. So let's cut one off the top of probably this territory. It doesn't really need to be there. That territory has probably more useful things that it could build in that slot. I honestly am not mad at having the maintenance centers. If the ×1 only applies to the adjacency and not the actual effect itself, like it's not being negated because there's an adjacent one, then I would absolutely build more of them. If it's being negated because there is just an adjacent one exists, then I wouldn't probably. Let's try and bait this guy back. Let's try and bait this guy back! I'm gonna try and get them within range of this missile if I can. We get 10 influence every time we kill one of them, so there's a small benefit. Okay, back over this way. This one is actually within range, so this is in a much better spot. I definitely need to be focusing on deploying them. Yeah, see, I maxed out on manpower, and I've got not a lot to do with it because the rebellions are hurting me too much. So I think we'll cut down 2 of our manpower generators at this point. I think that's okay. Another rebellion triggered. Hopefully not. I was going to say hopefully not over there. It was. But it was just a normal one. So the militia can defend that one. So that one will be okay. 2 units survived. Of course they did. Let's oppress this place again to teach it a lesson. Lovely. I'd rather even have the missile base here. Although probably on the spice territory is a better idea. So let's get it there. It's also in range of the capital that way, which is kind of a nice little 2-for-1. You should get your knowledge hub because it's a very good one. Go you. And tempted to oppress this place for the extra spice as well, but actually we're producing a lot of money now. It is in fact just the spice generation that'll be the problem. Gonna need to crank it up quite high to pay my taxes on time, but we're still in the green. Ah, good. I can breathe a small sigh of economic relief. Ah. Sweet relief. Move into a key region and 3 rebellions start against me. Crowd manipulation OP. Yeah. I see what you mean. I'm gonna keep oppressing these two close to the base. I see no reason why not. If we're here and we can stop the rebels, let's just keep oppressing. And it's actually tempting to do it on this one as well. You can see the oppression multiplier. If you're unsure, if you people like, why are people talking about what's happening because of the oppression? Blah blah blah. This is what's happening. The village has a 2% chance to rebel each day. 2%. I care not for your 2%. I do want 1 territory in and around here that I can oppress to have a recruitment office, though. I think it's important for 1. So maybe I make it this one. I can sort of cash cow it. And then maybe just focus on just anything that's producing yield. Or at least a stronger yield focus. You might say manpower is yield, and you'd be absolutely right. It's just unfortunately yield that I'm currently really maxed out on. Place creep production, corruption, +3, yeah, I'll corrupt that one, I think. But I won't corrupt this one because I might try and vote for that one. Try and push it on someone else. So, out of that previous resolution, we have minus 50% unit recruitment costs. Let's use that to recruit at least a house guard. Ideally another one. I'm full on plastic, so let's do a big plastic ditch. We're talking thousands of plastic. 3,600? Sure. For whatever reason, I can't do any more than that. For all of their money, and I'll sweeten the deal if I can. We'll just go for the biggest deal of all time with 190 intel. Let's see if they'll take it. The largest economic bailout of all time with the smugglers just took place. I'm going to use that to leverage some extra house guards. These units are incredibly powerful. We'll also use it to fund some production at the main base. Man, I would love to do to build an economic building here. Economic lobbying would be fantastic. It's so far away, though. I suppose I'll move towards martial economy for the cheaper upkeep on my units. Extra crew on the harvesters is really nice, though. Yeah, and then I can get economic lobbying. Allows the training of the mercenary, which is, again, not overly useful for me. But if we grab Griddick's plane, we can also get the extra harvesters. Let's do that. Probe setup. Whoop! Just keep chucking a few of those out for the extra intel generation. You can get back deployed. And might try and make my push for the 3rd spice. The downside is, of course, I'll be constantly fighting against the potential threat of rebels. But once the sandstorm clears, I should be able to send 2 dudes through to at least this territory. Then I got oppression ×2. That's okay. You can be oppressed ×3. Once they're at full buildings, it also the downside is lesser, of course, because I don't care so much about the, say, building construction speed, right? Doesn't matter so much. Hey, we've got well over 100 people watching at the minute, which is just awesome. Thank you so much to everybody who's tuning in today. It's awesome to see you. It's really cool. And we're at, I believe, nearly 69 likes on the YouTube, maybe, I'm told. If someone in the YouTube chat could give me an update, I'd greatly appreciate that. Or I can check myself. Okay. Do I want to buff my units now? Agent, produce 20% more intel. Useful because I get score from that, but no. I really have my eyes on these economic buildings, so short of them, I think I start doing my military ones, of which I want 3. I don't want the enhanced fortifications, but I will want the barracks, the recruitment center, and the command post. Recruitment center would allow me to start to get rid of some of the recruitment officers. Military units are trained faster, and extra training slots is nice. The barracks for extra health on my units, though, will make my existing ones more tanky. And extra experience. Let's go for that. I think I can afford to go for that one first. I don't necessarily need the extra manpower, or maybe even the extra training. Maybe. Let's send 1 house guard. These bad boys are very strong. Look at them go. Upon reaching 20% health, they get 50% power and extra 5 armor, but they start with 6 armor and 600 health. They are very powerful. Let's accompany our existing army with an extra one of those and move toward our 3rd spice. I have a poison the reserves and a gear sabotage ready. Ideally, I would also have a supply drop. We're going to need an agent with the Spacing Guild to even start doing that, though. So, for the time being, sorry, I don't have a supply drop for you. That one we've triggered to go badly, so let's not vote for that. Let's put the extra upkeep on Atreides. And what is going on here? It's a hotly contested region. You need to get back out and making me some spice, or I'm not going to be able to pay my taxes. Although, actually, I'm going to be able to pay them quite readily. So let's reduce that. We'll keep an eye on these units. They are a little bit low on supply. That'll make them quite low on health. Now, also, they've triggered a sandworm, which is a disaster. This is an absolute disaster. We've lost 1 unit in the field. We shouldn't lose a second, though. Largely because the house guard has a stupendous amount of stupendous amount of health. Should be more than enough to tank all of this, even though it's on low supply. Could go for the gear sabotage or the poison reserves just to try and reduce incoming damage. I might as well because my intel generation is quite high. Yeah. Reduce a little bit of incoming fire. Probe set up that way. Queue up another one of them straight away. And then I still have cheap units, so let's cheaply train 2 more house guards. Watch these bad boys. Chuck a poison the reserves down just to really ram it home, because I do get a little bit of hegemony from it as well. So, like I say, I'm actually not really afraid, quote unquote, of necessarily wasting those, or using them fairly liberally. Poison reserve. Queue it up. Stack it high. Make it fly. The oppression penalties are cooling down on these villages, so I'm just going to use 3. Good. There's a rebellion. There's 2 rebellions. Okay, well, I kind of asked for that, didn't I? Thankfully, we're going to have 3 house guards ready to absolutely squash these. The capital itself should be able to hopefully squash this one. That and the fact that there's a sandstorm going on down there makes that quite easy. So that's fine. We've got a rebellion underway, but the sandstorm should take care of it. There's a raid being detected over here. Now, this one we have a missile battery and 5 militia in place. I think we should be strong enough to hold that off. And I hope so anyway. The only thing that's a little low as of right in this moment is my water production. But hopefully these militia who have rebelled against me will come back around. They got destroyed by a sandstorm, so they were fairly easy to convince. I've got space for an extra unit because I've got an extra development. Let's grab economic lobbying. This rebellion looks squashable. And you over here. Time to start refining some extra spice, I think. And we'll kit it out with a whole load of militia as well. Lovely. How's my 1 house guard doing? The answer is f***ing brilliantly. So, Successfully squashed a couple of rebellions. And now there's 3 of them standing around. My neighbors should be afraid. Tempted to grab a little bit of extra intel generation, but I might get the spice silos down. This one will have a double impact? No, just a single. Okay. I'd want the single impact anyway, I suppose. Right, get back out there and harvest that spice. There's 1, 2, soon to be. It's celebrating time because... Woo! We've now got some extra spice collection online. Harvester number 3. Effectively adding an extra 50% to our production. I'll fang it on full bore immediately, and we'll support this place with, I was going to say with a missile battery. We're full on plastic, so we'll go and do one of our super duper plastic trade deal 5 millions. Let's get another plastic factory online and find a chump who likes plastic. Oh, you love it! You don't have a lot of money, though. No one really does, do they? Let's try and clear him out. He only wants 1,600. It must be all the space he has in reserves. I'll try and sweeten the deal with a bit of intel. There we go. Cash money. Yes! That will also mean that on my main base I can get my next military building online. Or I could go the statecraft way. But no. Let's get plus 0.5 manpower per controlled village. Military units to train 20% faster, plus 2 training slot. And then the last one that I want will be the command post, which I need support structures technology for. And then we'll be away and laughing. Grab the extra manpower, and I should be trying to use this manpower now to expand, probably. I reckon we should take the fight to the Fremen and try and weaken them a bit. Let's have a look. Overall, it is the smugglers who are my greatest threat. They're kind of far away. Although I could move through this special region here. Grab the central spice. Move this way, actually. Because there's a spice right next door to me. Hello? Let's take that right now. I see no reason why I shouldn't move on that immediately. We've got 2 guards standing around doing nothing. Let's also send the guards who are standing around doing nothing here. Maybe 2 of them up that way. And then keep this one here as rebellion oppression squasher to squash any oppressive rebellions that pop up. I like that a lot. A lot. Probe set up this supposedly small world. Okay, there's that rebellion I was talking about earlier. That's fine. I think I have enough of a standing army to be able to sort of repel quite a lot of that, if not all of it. The guard backed up by the missiles, no trouble. This one will just pillage for the time being because I don't have the... I'm assuming authority? No, excess water, actually, because this place just rebelled. That's fine. We'll go for a quick pillage. We'll bounce back. We'll take it on cooldown. It's what we do best. Although, interestingly, actually, what we're specifically rewarded for is using our intel. Probing people. Conducting... Maybe we should start to conduct some more serious missions, too. Let's infiltrate the council. That way I have all of the base options for infiltration open. Supply is nasty. That is a nasty run across there. Jeepers. Get yourself your own silos and oppress so that you build it a little bit faster. Thank you. Cool. Okay, so looks like I've well and truly caught up on my manpower. Oh my god, I've got too much. If not, maybe move slightly the other way. However, the recruitment center will help to maybe fix a little bit of that. And then I might add recruitment office. If we have a free slot that's just being underutilized, I could use it. I'm not mad at also just not using it, though. Spice silos? Yeah, alright. That'll be beneficial for Walmer over here. Oh, I see, Nate. Yes, thank you. Yes, that makes much more sense. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Although, maybe not the end of the world. It will require some revisits, though, that's for sure. Okay, 3 units here. Waiting for this one on cooldown to go and fight it. Also, would love to free up this place of these extra units as well, but it's a fairly key spice producing territory, and they're maybe just waiting around for me to have the water to take this too. So I'll do that. Economically, we're looking good, but maybe not super hot. 5 million. I think it's okay. Don't let the high negatives fool you. Everything's fine. Although we could use another economic trade bailout with somebody who likes economy and has space for plastic. The downside is that's kind of nobody, so relying on everybody else at this point is maybe a bad idea. It's then that I might start shifting my attention to either searching the cheaper development here to get +2 armor for my military, or it's time to stop relying on the oppression and to start relying on oppressing, if you catch my drift. If I'm running out of partners to trade with, then it might be time to start stomping them instead. Maybe. Maybe. Yes, this is a medium one. Sorry, I'll fix that in the description as well. While I just quickly take a break. I think I need a coffee refill. Thank you so much for joining me today. I'm sorry I was away for like 5 days, or unable to stream for like 5 days is more appropriate. But I'm back, and I'm really enjoying it so far. This game is shaping up well, with the economy seems to be the only underlying issue. Although I think with the Spice Harvesters online, it's not so bad. If I search for the 4th spice down here, and then we focus on shoring up, and then reaching out, I think we'll be in a good place. Either way, here's my Be Right Back screen. I'll see you in a minute. Alrighty, so I was thinking a couple of ideas. One of the reasons why the economy is struggling so bad is because I'm paying a lot of upkeep on some districts, and some are better than others, right? Like some are like some are like hegemony producers, which isn't terrible. Maybe you could argue is needed, but maybe there's a better way to produce hegemony than spending upkeep to do it, like getting more intel, for example, and using more operations. So there's also that potential bailout of just sort of cutting some expenses, but I actually don't think it's so bad. And if I can get a gauge of what it's like when we're at fully deployed production, I'd like that even more. Now, if I can also get a supply drop and probe setup queued up, we'll be able to use the supply drop to carefully ferry these units over and take another spice producing territory, making me a very happy camper. And I don't think I necessarily even want to feel much more here. Although, a little bit of extra water looks to be a really good idea. Yeah. Water and maybe a slight bit of manpower as well as I start to really ramp up the size of my standing army as well. So let's focus on that and a couple of new territories. You should be ready to march over this way and take Ubpo. Really rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Oh, Ubpo. Yeah, actually, the economy's alright. Economy is A-okay. Drop a supply drop. Doesn't look like you're going to need it this time because you are much better supplied having ran through friendly territory to get here. May as well do the oppression thing here while my units are standing by. And actually, I'm going to send them there to do a bit more pillaging. I say, while they're standing by, and then I immediately send them to go and pillage. Let's get martial economy online. This will reduce my upkeep as well. And we'll be away and laughing, I think. Carthag, are you ready? This is interesting. I could get the triple bonus. +2 armor on my military units right now. I don't think I want that, though. I think I probably want the statecraft ones next. Let's get faster agents, more intelligence. The way I see it is intelligence is a good hegemony generator for me. If not, forget everything else. It's a good hegemony generator. There are loads of missions that are relatively cheap and easy to use, like gear sabotage, poison the reserves. You can just churn through them. Fearsomeness, +100% agent recruitability, and +10% unit power. Now seems like a good time to strike. But first, got our spice silos online. Let's get oppression here immediately. I should have built the silos first. That's okay. 4 militia online, and then I will leave 1 unit in each of these territories. Just to, just because they are quite far away. I don't have airfields at the minute, so they can be a little bit difficult to maintain control over as well. Bit of a yikes. I'm really disappointed about that map setting. That is so frustrating. -50% building construction cost, -50% unit construction cost, or +100% Lansard standing council losses. I'm going to corrupt that so that they don't use it against me, because I'll probably look to put my votes into the elected faction gains -50% building construction costs. Seems like a good thing to have. Why not? Now, this rebellion is taking place. I don't think Poison the Reserves has a huge impact on these units. However, let me have a look. Oh yeah, no. It does impact them just the same. There was some discussion in a recent stream that the operations didn't attack the rebels in the same way that they would other players. But it looks like, at least in that case, that one's working totally fine. Yes! Finally, we can build the processing plant! Rare metal processing plant, +30. Oh, that is very good to see. This was the other thing that I had in my mind, looking at special regions in particular. Do you have it as well? Special region. Water extractor. Neat. Sadly not. Your special thing. Although very useful for research nonetheless. Okay, hemorrhaging a little bit of cash, but I've got plenty of spice, so let's just ditch our spice production. While it seems like the worms may have ditched my spice production for me. Grab a probe setup and a poisson reserve. You successfully fought against your rebels. Go you. You should be proud of yourself. And militarily, could stretch to this region, which is a special region. Currently, the smugglers are bumping up against it. Other options are this one. There is a special spice that I could collect there. Or we move in and take this spice from the Fremen. It's a bounce through no man's land. But it's only a brief one. I need to get rid of my extra plastic. Anybody got space for plastic?
How is Arrakis treated?
Oh yeah, you would love some. Here you go. How does 1,000 plastic sound to you? Yeah, you like that. Great. There we go. 1,200 for 1,200. That deal makes me a happy boy. That is brilliant. Oppress. Nice. We're making loads and loads and loads of money now, which is also brilliant. Fuel is slightly low. I might just get a fuel cell down just so they don't have to worry about that. And let me put these votes through. I think I want the building construction cheaper. Although, actually, you know, the recruitment cheaper is really nice. Let me grab that. And that way I can get a little bit more brazen with my military as well. See if we can stab in, maybe here. Would be nice to have an airfield online first. So, it's going to require that to fuel from up here. Use the oppression ability. That'll help it build 20% faster. Right? And then we'll get the extra fuel online, which will get me, let me get the airbase here, and then we'll use this to move on Ars Lab. That is ARS-LAB. Just so you know. Okay? Jeez. Come on. And then we'll fly these 2 units over to Ars Lab. Sorry, over to Ubda. Airfield. I'd love to oppress that as well. A little bit of extra manpower wouldn't go amiss. I think I'm ready for another recruitment office. Q1 up there. Nice and close to the capital as well, so that I can oppress it and we can farm it. I know, it's just frustrating. BRB? Reporting profanity? No, I don't think it's quite been out for 2 weeks. Although it would be close, wouldn't it? It came out on the 26th of April. So in fact, is it exactly 2 weeks? I think it could be. How good. Oh my god, Nate, it blocked your comment. I'm not sure if we have any moderators. Oh, I was just saying, it may have cut me out. It blocked Nate's. Nate said, don't forget to like and subscribe. And the YouTube filter was like, blocked. I'm not sure if we have any moderators. I haven't seen Huck in a hot minute. But but I will free you, Nate, because you do not deserve a ban for preaching the good preach. We must be close to triple-digit likes as well. When I checked it on the break, we were around 80, so I think we'll be close-ish. Let me smash someone into maybe my greatest threat, which is absolutely the smugglers. In fact, maybe we should focus militarily on them instead. Although, the Fremen are a reasonable competitor as well. It's just Atreides that are falling behind. So perhaps if I focus militarily on the Fremen, could use my intel to maybe try and assassinate the smugglers. Potentially. And then we'll push for the domination victory like that. I think that's how my plan is emerging now. And I think that's the push that I'll go for. Let's queue up maybe a more dangerous mission if I can afford one. Combat drugs is very useful for a push. Ghost market could be nice to interrupt them a little bit. Yeah, I'll go for an aggressive ghost market, I think, and I'll use it against the smugglers just to try and weaken them a tad. And then we'll smash through into the Fremen and just make sure that they have no hope of winning the game. Looks like we could be running into trouble in paradise over there. We should have the airbase hooked up though. Yes, we do. So let's fly 2 units over that way. Recruit another house guard. 2 more house guards. Why not? Let's go big or go home. Get yourself out of that sandstorm. Get Ubza working extra hard. Get the refinery online here so that we... Oh, no, 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 no. I hit pause as fast as I could. Please do not. Come on. Oh. Phew. We almost lost our entire army to a sandworm. Have you seen a man rage quit? Because you just might have. You just might have seen the internet's first live Dune Spice Wars rage quit if I'd lost my entire army there. Alright, let's push on this Fremen Scourge. I think it's time. I think we try and push, we weaken them, secure the fact that they're not a threat. It is only a 4v4, so not massive military strength, but I think with a poison reserves and a gear sabotage in my back pocket, if I get rid of the ghost market first, let's use it on this territory. Siphon a bit of spice out of there. The operation was immediately detected. Shoot. Oh, Nate, thank you so much for a 10 Canadian dollar super chat. Nate with a $10 Canadian dollar super chat. So that extra polite says, I don't think a bot would do this. Thank you, Nate. That's very kind. Domination was grayed out. Does that mean it's not a victory? No, the opposite actually. But you're right for feeling like that could be the case. You actually can't turn domination off. It's grayed out because it's not a toggleable option. Which is interesting because there's hegemony, which is this underlying victory condition that will always exist. I'd also like to try out the atomics this game if we can. I feel like that could be really fun. I'm going to need a lot of agents to get that online too. So maybe focusing on stealth gear and countermeasures for a couple of quick training measures. Not a terrible shout. Siege detected, 10 water for 3 manpower. That's absolutely a trade that I can get behind. And let's go for this here. Push, I think. A bot would do exactly that. You've only done... You've only gone and botted yourself further, you fool. No, you haven't. I've never seen a bot do that. However, their chat spam is real. They do that very well. Okay, good. Oh, also, actually, you've reminded me, Nate. Well, you've drawn my attention with that 10 Canadian dollar glow. I will end the poll. It was clearly a vote for Harkonnen, although interestingly, as the stream has moved through, more people voted for Harkonnen. So, over on the YouTube stream, Twitch, I can also poll you a prediction as a long-running poll, but I can't do a long-running poll otherwise. I'd like to know what you'd like to see in tomorrow's stream, which could potentially be pushed back to the next day, depending on... I have an appointment this afternoon. The appointment takes a long time. I may not be able to stream tomorrow, but I think I should be able to. So, I'm tossing up between basically Humankind and Civ 5 as a sort of something different from Dune Spice Wars, and also something very two games that are very familiar with the channel. Also 2 games I haven't played in a hot minute. So I'm just going to throw up a tomorrow's stream. I will of course also include a Dune Again option. However, if you'd like to see something different for a stream, you're welcome to vote for either Humankind or Civ. We'll throw the Dune Again in as well, though, it's just a good gauge of interest for me. A good gauge of interest. So there you go, the poll is live. Harvesting our 4th spice? Please. Let's oppress this place to get this refinery online a little faster. I would like to leave 1 unit nearby, but we're about to have some more. Let's do it. We're gonna go out and take slab. I feel like the self-censoring is a good idea because with such a rude name, we need to get off this terribly supplied desert. And actually, that's a terrible attack across the board. The desert has stripped me of supply. Shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. I thought I had a poison reserves online, but I don't. Oh, this is a disaster. I mean, I thought I had the supply recovery mission online, but I don't. This is a terrible disaster. I need supply drop online as soon as I possibly can, and it may not be enough. Oh, my dudes. Oh, my dudes. This is painful. How long does this take to queue up? A day. Okay. The Demolisher is absolutely going to perish. But hopefully, with only one active unit... Oh, shoot. Now the rest of them have triggered. No. 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 Oh, that was just an awful misclick and a horrible misdemeanor. Let's quickly emergency queue up some more. Pretend like that didn't happen. I'll grab a couple of mercenaries. Seeing as they don't cost me anything except command points, I can spam out 1 million of them incredibly quickly. And we can fly back and be like, hey, that didn't happen. What? A pathetic attack? You saw nothing. You saw nothing. Chat, you saw nothing. The 100 people who are watching this live right now, say nothing, do nothing, you heard nothing. With the... No! Right, let's emergency evac these in. I've given the game away. So I'm also going to fly in right on the border this time, cutting the need to move through this harsh desert land, cutting any potential supply losses. I've got my supply drop ready to go as well to counter any future losses. Let's land in right on this border, stomp in and through. Immediately give the supply drop, allowing my units to heal. We'll also go gear sabotage and poison reserves. The triple whammy. Let's get a supply drop back online. Because that one is very important to me, as was duly noted. And also probably a good idea to get some of these extra military ones, although I do want my extra agents online to go for the sabotage. 24 days for plus 100% agent recruitment speed. Whew, that is a tough ask. I'll just go support structures for now. Council voting. Hey, look, recruitment cost. That potentially allows me to really spam stuff out like there's no tomorrow. Let's do that. Brilliant. This is the way this absolutely should have gone with a little bit of proper forward planning. So glad that I've executed that properly the second time. Everything's fine. In positive news, this place is now collecting spice, which is wonderful. Get it harvesting some plastic. Give it a heavy militia. Sweet. Focusing in on this battle, you can see the mercenaries are doing exactly what they've intended. Basically providing me with a ludicrous amount of numbers. Let's grab a poison reserves. I've got enough influence. I don't quite have a lot of excess water though, so it might be a good idea to have a look at one of these territories where wind strength is high, like this one here. Cause a little rebellion there. I'll keep 2 guards nearby to squash any rebels. Go for the cheeky double oppression play. I like that a lot. Siege. We're starting to work up our relationship with them. And this place is rebelling. I do have some units pretty close by. Over here. And we can probably pluck 3 out to go and stop this rebellion. Yeah. Go on. They'll lose their supply a little bit, but I've got a supply drop to give them. Or actually, with the smugglers sending some units back, it's... Oh, no, we're gonna have to do it anyway, because now this one's under rebellion. Okay. Give them a supply drop. We'll poison their reserves here. Grab another poison reserves ready to go. All of my harvesters have just jumped offline because of the threat of worms and storms, so that's okay. And I'll fight these guys while I'm taking this village. They have sent a fairly impressive extra force to come back and take this. It's got to be said. I slightly underestimated the strength that they would have here. However, it actually looks like it's not a big deal. They're kind of just bobbing around, taking huge hits. Oh, yeah. That is awesome. This one, unfortunately, has slipped out of my grasp before I was able to get over and stop the rebellion. That's a shame because it is my 4th spice harvester, so need to bear that in mind. Upo needs to be better protected if I'm gonna run out like this. This wasn't even the smugglers' village. This was the Fremen. So we had the smugglers and the Fremen and everybody trying to fight everybody to get through this dang place. I'll ditch a little bit of my excess plastic with Atreides here. I notice we have a lot of extra plastic in reserve and not really a lot to spend it on. Could exchange a little bit for intel as well, although it's kind of a bad deal. We'll do a deal like that. Check in on the home base, Carthag. Waiting on support structures, which should be coming online soon. Cool. Then I'll get the next base improvement, unless I want to grab a statecrafty one first. Could get +2 influence production. Plus 20% influence production per other faction with relationship above 50. That's not a great building for me. I'm not... relations building, not my strength. It'd be fair to say. Oh, kia ora, Terentius. Nice to see you. I was just talking about our wonderful mod team before. Right. Plenty of units here. They'll just want to take back that, though, so that's okay. This place is nearly mine. Thanks for that. Can I keep this, too? Aww. Lame. I'd love to keep the special Fremen harvester. That would make me very happy. Alright, do we want to push through and weaken them anymore? Probably... I lean towards probably not. I don't think that's needed right now. I'd prefer to take back this place and then maybe focus on the smugglers a fraction. Taking one of their spices is quite good. That puts them down to 2 active spices, whereas I'm on 4. So in theory, we should pull ahead of them. And it is now the smugglers that are presenting the greatest threat as well. Village under siege. It's okay. It's just some rebels. Everything's fine. We may as well bring them out of the sand, though. Thank you. Out of the sand. Out of the sand. Jesus. I mean, come on. Out of the sand. People, it's dangerous. I can't control the militia, so they're just going to get swallowed. There is structured supports online. Great. Extra airfield range, tempting. Crew harvesters could be more useful for me. Extra agent training speed, not bad. Local hubs, get a bit of knowledge, move through, instill fear. Yes, I do need a little bit more knowledge. We got off to an alright booster getting it on Carthag early, but then kind of lost it a bit. I can get the command post online now, though, for extra power and extra command points. That's kind of gonna be pretty good. Let's rebase you somewhere where you can fight to there. Train someone in their place if I can. I cannot because of the command points, but we'll get on top of that. Maybe through technology, maybe through building. See? Military base for extra power in the region could be a nice adjacency bonus to have around the capital. Although, I might focus on knowledge stuff if I have knowledge spots. Any spots for knowledge? Here's one. Squeeze a little bit of extra research out there. Hey, and we are looking pretty good. I've got a massive swath of intel. Let's have a look at atomics and assassinations. So I'm going to need 2 standing with everybody and 3 with Arrakis. So Arrakis looks like a logical one. We could ditch all of our intel with everybody else and just go atomics. Fires your atomics into a selected region, damaging all units and devastating villages. Reallocating these guys, and then all I would need is lay of the land, and the council only needs 2. So yeah, I would just need lay of the land, and then it would be an option. However, to keep the infiltration cells an option, I need to infiltrate at least my target with a +2. So we probably end up going 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 on whoever my target is, and then 3 agents on Arrakis. Okay, so it's a little way off. Hey, MGS4. My day is, not too bad, thank you. Yeah. I shouldn't complain, can't complain. Pretty good. Bring freedom to the villagers. Didn't even have to be here. Yeah. No, I haven't seen Huck or any of the other mods in chat tonight. Oh, I want all of these resolutions. I actually don't really need the free guards. And I'm not sure that I can win the vote if I do. I won't corrupt any of them, though. I'll decide what I need when we get a little bit closer to the vote, I think. I'll just hold on to my water and authority. And let's punch through this one. On your bike. A missile battery down kind of somewhere around here would be a nice idea. Although I don't think here is necessarily the right place. So maybe just a plastic factory here. Plastic fantastic factory. Top dollar! Living up to your name! Thank you for the $2 super chat. Top dollar! Ooh. Top dollar says, always max treaties with Atreides, knowledge for the win. Oh, that is a great call. Yep, thanks. Something I've just completely overlooked.
Greetings.
Can I maybe harvest something else off of them too while I'm here? Ooh, we could use some extra spice production, which probably means we could use a little bit of money. I could give them some plastic. They don't really want it, but we'll do it. There we go. Deal accepted. You want extra money as well? Will they just accept it with nothing? No. They do just need to be... They do need the deal sweetened slightly. That's okay. How about some intel? Oh yeah, 10 intel will sweeten that deal. No, they still won't take it. Interesting. It's the only deal that I've ever seen the AI just flat out not take. Usually they just cave. What if I really sweeten it? 100 intel and $10. How do you like that? No, they just don't want a bar of that. That's okay. That's okay. We'll take the knowledge fund. Thank you for your super chat, top dollar. Absolutely living up to your name. Thanks for the top $2. You're a bot like Nate. Wow, Dune again, really winning the vote for tomorrow's stream. Holy moly, I did not expect such an overwhelming vote. Okay. I will ultimately listen to the will of the people. Whoever the people are that turn up and talk, I am with you. Do I want my extra units or my extra exchange rate bonus? One thing that I definitely do need is to start burning through some of this income to be able to pay my taxes. Unless I actually just want to say, hey, actually, I've had enough of your taxes and I hate you. Could be an option. Not one that I'd like to take just yet, though. So for the time being, what kind of damage do I need to do to pay these? Can I pay these? Even at full production, I will struggle to pay my taxes. That is really harsh. There's a rebel attack. I'm wondering if I can get some mercenaries of my own. Lack of command points is stopping me. Alright, let's better distribute the army around then. Let's get... See, at the moment I have 2 armies here, and I kind of only want to have 1. So, you should be quite close to a military base, whereby you can just sort of run this way, and then we'll fly you back to base. And then we'll have 4 units hanging around at home. Just waiting for a mate. Right, we'll fly them in literally right there. That way, they'll just automatically fight and stop those rebels. Taxes are the only thing that I can't pay right now. Maybe I need the extra exchange rate. In that case, I'll surge all my votes behind that. And then we've got this army of 4 sort of ready to flex their muscles a bit. Let's oppress the nearby villages. I've got enough extra manpower that I should probably oppress a few of these to make a little bit of extra money so that I can try and pay my taxes next time. Start to stockpile a little bit of spice for next time. At the very least. Could then try and trade, but maybe not. How do you fly them? You need to have an airfield built. You can hit X, not U, X, to see where you do have your airfields built. And then you just use the little troop icon here, shuttle, to shuttle your units between airfields. And a harvester was eaten up by a worm. Lovely. About to be maxed out on intelligence. And I don't have a lot of super intelligent things that I can work towards. Put these places on oppression all the time. Oppress, oppress, oppress the best. That Jumbo Pixel. He really oppresses with the best of them. It's got to be said. Grab out a cheeky oppression on that one. If I oppress my spice villages, they do very well. You know, like it just produces... Like, we could actually pay our taxes on time if I want to risk it for the biscuit. Maybe I do. Just put oppression on everywhere that's producing spice. This place needs to produce something. But actually it's got an army of 5, so why don't we stomp through and grab maybe... We grab this one, we could connect everything up. Have a little central base here. Good for supply lines. Let's do it. I'll at least pillage it. We might as well. Well, we're just kind of standing around and kind of appearing as though we're doing nothing. I do want lay of the land eventually for the extra agent on Arrakis. I also want crew training program. I also want probably everything in military, but I think it might be time to have a look at extra agents. Minus 10% supply drain of units in enemy territory could also be quite useful. Max agents plus 5 though. The countermeasures really to get all these extra agents in so that we can have some in reserve, I think is a really good idea. So I'll just grab that one. Yeah. We're at 22 knowledge, which is good, but I could be a little more knowledgeable. To be fair. But no. Let's get these militias? Sure. Militia. Completely and utterly kitted out. And then also I'll oppress this place so that it can build its plasticrete factory faster. We'll try and get its refinery online next. Oh, fuel! Alright. We'll make this place sustain itself. Build a fuel factory, then build the refinery. We'll pillage for a little bit of money because we are losing money. I'm not going to be able to pay my taxes on time this time unless I do some sort of special trade.
Let's get to business.
Does anybody have 600 spice they don't care about? How about you? No, it's too much. We'll take the penalty. We'll take the penalty. We have units near the homeland. If I had an airfield out, I do. I have an airfield out that way, so airfield coverage is very good. Except for maybe at this stretch here. But it's okay because I've got an army waiting. And we're going to need to poison the reserves and also give myself a supply drop in this village here because that is nasty. I'll also use Ghost Market on the smugglers. And we'll just squash that and then very quickly replenish a poison reserves, a supply drop, and combat drugs? Tempting. I'll grab another Ghost Market. Whew, okay, another rebellion going on this way. Thankfully, we've got mercenaries to deal with that, although it looks like the sandstorm will deal with it for me. Nice. I mean, good enough. Get the harvesters back out. You know the drill. You must be harvesting. And I'm at maximum plastic again, as well as 5,000 bucks. Could start building statecraft for the sake of building statecraft. Or we could go for the investment officers. I do have 2 late game. And actually, even the military officers, probably a good idea. Even the statecraft officers, potentially a good idea. They're a fairly cheap build, so why don't I go the Chome branch? That'll increase my exchange rate, and it will give me extra development speed. Yeah, I think that's quite nice. A nice little economic building that we can build on the capital to help bolster its production a bit. La Brillante. Alright, you... Do you want to go back and fight that again? Or do you want to fight someone else? Someone more your size? Any special regions in the house? Rare elements here, so we could get a processing plant and be right up against the smugglers and a future spice. We'd need an airfield. Like, this would be quite a significant expansion because I wouldn't want to be running across this desert. I have potentially the authority to take it. 140 authority, yes. We could fly these units over to that airfield and take. That would leave this place completely undefended, though. It's really tempting. It is. But also, just oppressing my spice-producing places is just so good. You know, like, I can kind of just be happy with what I've got. Loss of rights. All active charters are revoked. At the moment, it's only Speaker of the Council. I think I'll support this extra military development and we'll just absolutely ham taro through some technologies. We don't pay our taxes until the troops show up. Yeah. The elite smuggler taxmen are the only real taxmen, it's got to be said. Let's take $1,000 out of them anyway for their trouble. Ooh. Apparently plastic isn't worth quite as much to the people anymore. However, it's still worth quite a lot to me. So, I'll take $750 for it. That's fine. And seeing as the villages are stable, I think I should go for a military endeavor. Let's pop these units out this way. It's an army of 2 house guards and 2 rebels, so not a terrible little army. They're just standing around doing nothing, so they might as well. This place actually is an easier take if I just want rare elements. Yeah. But if I move towards the smugglers, then we kind of future-proof ourselves for future attacks as well. So I think that's a really good idea. Squeeze in, grab this territory for the, unfortunately, extra plastic. Then move through, grab this one for the rare elements, and that puts me right on the border of a spice-producing territory. If I need to take it. You need to get off the sand. Please. Thank you. God. And then we'll sweep this up, no trouble. Don't think I need to use any operations, although it is a good idea to just get rid of them, especially as I'm basically maxed out on intelligence at this point. So let's use the ghost market to cripple them a bit. I think this also demonstrates potentially a need for more powerful agents, right? These infiltration levels, I need to start upping these. Crowd manipulation is very strong, so that requires Chome level 2. Let me get Chome level 2 online. could even consider some early infiltration missions if I got these others to level 2. So maybe we ditch someone off Atreides. We ditch someone off the Fremen. And that will build me up to a point where I could be at infiltration level 2 with enough intel in my back pocket that I can afford to use it. I think I've got that all right, haven't I? Yes, although of course I'm actually thinking about doing it against the smugglers, not Atreides, so I'm looking at these ones. So yeah, 2, 2, 2. We get that to 2. We're away and laughing. All right. It could work. It might. Very well might. Construction complete in the capital. It's ready for another building. I can absolutely afford it. Do I want to get some extra statecraft online? Sure. Get the extra hegemony. Just cruising away in my back pocket. It's the ultimate, if everything goes wrong, hopefully we can turtle up and fall back on for a victory condition. This infiltration to level 2 is going to take a really long time. So in the meantime, let's keep using as much power as I have, which probably comes in the form of like ghost markets and that sort of carry on. You should get your plastic factory online first, Mr. Plastic Fantastic. Maybe also I think it might be time to generate just a pinch extra manpower here too. Get you back within airfield range so that we can fly you out. Yeah, just run straight through that harsh desert. Never mind the supply implications. Look, just, it's fine. It's not like this planet's notoriously dangerous or anything. You'll be all good. You'll be all good. We've got enough spice queued up. Yay! Oh, look, what did I tell you? Get your... Bloody hell. Jeez. You gotta wonder sometimes about these people. Let me check the council, because I thought that we were voting... No, okay, no research bonuses. In that case, I have to think about perhaps speeding up my agents, as I have noted it is a little bit of a weak spot for me. Lay of the Land will give me that extra infiltration slot, though. Using an operation in a region gives it -10 authority. No, I'm just checking in case there are any trump cards here that I might need to whip out. I think it's just stealth gear. It's the only other one that I would quite like. Unlocks non-aggression pack. No, thank you. Grab Lay of the Land next. Brilliant. All right, I'm just going to pop for one more quick break, and I will be right back. Yes, they do come after 3. 3 instances total as well. I don't believe it. I'm told it doesn't have to be consecutive. All right, I'll be right back. Oh boy, look at that. How good. Okay, back to the game screen. Apologies. I was just looking. We've just crossed over 90 likes on YouTube. 10 more people and we'll be at triple digits. Not bad for a Tuesday morning. Not bad for a Tuesday morning. Okay. Let me throw that back up as well. All right, we're good to go. And I think we're good to just keep rolling through with this strategy. We've got enough spice harvested, making just enough money. I'm never able to get this unique unit. I've actually never achieved the Swordmasters event. And I think it's a pretty reasonable one as well. I just haven't been able to get it. I never get enough military experience. Which perhaps means it's time to squeeze this way. Shall we squeeze this way? I don't have the authority to hold it. If we're going to assassinate the smugglers, though, it may make more sense to pick on potentially the Fremen again, actually, as they look to surge closer to the top. Let's bring these units back to this airfield. We've got those units in that one. And currently no units at the main base, but that should be alright. Let's ghost market Atreides, maybe. Get a little bit of damage off on them. Take that, you fool. Queue up another one of those. It's sort of the only real offensive damage I can deal at the minute. And we've got a raid detected, and they're going to run right in against my army, so that's fine. Oh no, look! Are they duping the dupes? I think they are. How dare you? It's fine. Jumping in to say hi. Jumping back in time to the start of the stream. Oh, hey! Awesome. Just to let you know, we did re-roll not too far in. So I reckon probably jumping in around after Bostius's raid, we re-rolled. I'll check for the VODers afterwards so that they know. But just so you know. We re-rolled around, I want to say maybe around the 20-minute mark. I'm not sure if anybody would still be present from the very start and would know off by heart, but I would guess it was around the 20-minute mark. It was fairly early on. Such a good breakfast with the worm, wasn't it just? Enjoying the Dune content going on your channel? Oh, wicked. That's awesome to hear. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Okay, rebellion withheld. Why is my economy tanking? Because all of our harvesters have gone offline. It's fine. It is actually fine. They'll be straight back out there and we'll be away and laughing. Right. I think we should push a little aggressively, even if it's just into neutral territories. Authority is a little bit of a hard cap on me just taking over the entire world right now, but if we push in, weaken a potential foe, could even just crack in and try and destroy them. That would involve moving through this way or this way. This way we have to move through 3 territories, this way only 2, but this way does connect to Spice. Main base is under architectural surveys. Oh, it's really, I'd love to be able to use that. I wonder if we could punch in somewhere using operations. if I could run across this desert, put a supply drop down, run across the desert, architectural surveys, wipe them out. What do you reckon? It's risky, and I would lose other territory in the process, but man, it would be funny. And actually, potentially doable. At the very least, it'll make for a very, very interesting stream. A very interesting stream. Push the cap yourself. Yeah. The other messages are from the Twitch stream. Probably what you're referring to. How do you think they should balance Harkonnen? Dominate PvP? I wonder. I haven't really thought too closely about the actual multiplayer balance itself. Because I don't know if that's something that we'll be experiencing in 2 weeks or 2 years. Single player has been largely my focus. Alright, I think we should do it actually because I think that's freaking hilarious. And if it backfires, I don't even think it matters. Let's do Fremen because I think they're a really close target. I'll put everything that I have into it and we'll hope, like, that it gets voted. Let's do it. And then, just to prepare for it, I will rebase these units up in that territory as well as training another house guard. And do they want, like, some support units? A support stealth probe? A gunner? We'll grab a stealth probe. And then we'll just go in with mercenaries and house guards and just absolutely stomp their heads. Let's try it. Let's try it. Okay, you need to get over here as well. We're gonna have the biggest army ever. I want to get rid of this ghost market. We'll use that against someone who's making spice there. And then I want to queue up another offensive operation. Oh my god, we can do the first infiltration cells against the smugglers as well. Okay, let's queue that up, because that's really fun. So we'll start planning our assassination of the smugglers. And then I should get... Actually, ideally some combat drugs would be nice, wouldn't it? That way my units won't fall below 1 health. So if I need... Ooh, what is going on with your supply? See, look how harsh that desert is. I wonder if they can even make it across this desert. Am I running in on a suicide mission? Hopefully with the supply booster active, supply drop, they will be able to. Poison the reserves will be useful when I get there. And then it's a question of, do I want gear sabotage or combat trucks? I think I'll go combat truck. Stuff it. It's the Harkonnen way. It's the Harkonnen way. Rebellion to distract the troops. Maybe as soon as I drop the supply drop, because I've gone with combat drugs for healing, I won't need to heal too much once I'm there, in theory. In theory. And then I'll queue up a rebellion to pull their troops elsewhere. It could be too slow. Could be too slow, but I don't really want to ditch any of these other ones. Alright, stealth probe online. Rebellion underway, frustratingly. Although, these units should be trained in time to go and stop it. So that's okay. So I won't use my oppression ability too much, if I can help it. Because I would like to not have the danger of too many rebellions while we're going for this play. It also, of course, relies on the council actually voting this through. I'm going to put some more of my votes behind it. We'll see what we can do. Right, you two, get over there and stop that rebellion immediately, thank you. And we'll just fly this drone past. I don't think it'll need to be there. I think old droney here will be fine. To just fly over. Off you go. When this thing pops, it'll give my units an extra 20% combat strength nearby it. That's kind of all it's going to be used for. More influence in behind this vote. It's ending in 0 days. So the timing's going to be pretty good. for a combined strike. This is hurting my manpower a little bit, but actually, nope, it's okay. Get a refinery built down here. We have an 8 strong, 10 strong army. And successfully quash these rebels. Hopefully. I should keep these 2 house guards nearby, just in case. We have currently architectural surveys against me. Wow. Wow. We just flat out lost that. Oh. That is really unfortunate. How close was it? Oh, gutted. Smugglers voted for us as well. Okay. Question is it still the Harkonnen way to go for this smash attack, seeing as I'm so prepared for it? I'm really tempted. But it's not a good idea. I wonder... I could queue up a defense sabotage. This is kind of like the soft version of it. Minus 50% power on the main base, plus 50% damage to the main base. We could still pull this off. It will just require me to go really all in. What do you think? I don't mind. I absolutely don't mind risking it for the biscuit. Am I going to pay my taxes on time? Yes. I've got this massive army here, ready to go. It's the Harkonnen way. Okay, well, the defense sabotage is ready. You know what? Oh. Atreides just launched a poison reserves on my capital. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Let's get that bloody, crowd manipulation. I'm gonna need some more agents, really, to start generating some more intel. My intel generation is quite low because I have to have so many in here, and not enough over here on this left-hand side. Although, producing the rebellion would be the ultimate trump card. If I can trigger a rebellion and then move in, then we're really away and laughing. Chum Corp is not watching the stream. Do what you want. Could also take advantage of the fact that these buildings are a bit cheaper. Let's do it. Let's get the embassy online. That will give me +1 standing with the council. Not that that's overly useful, but thanks. And then I'll get 1 more booster, maybe to the military. I'm not sure. Either way, we've got 5 spice harvesters online now, which is great. We're just going to be absolutely rolling in the deep when it comes to spice. Could also trigger the attack on their spice field rather than their capital. However, spend 100 intel to get that operation moving along. My scout is fully done. Let's send it to this capital. See if we can get some vision over it. Unassigned agent want to jump in there as well for the extra intel production. And there's a rebellion underway where my troops were literally standing, so no one cares. Great success. Alright. Relationship currently at -100. I'd love to ditch a bit of plastic on them, though. I would love to ditch a bit of plastic on someone. And if I ditch it on the Fremen and then destroy them, in theory, there's no downside. So let's just give them about as much plastic as they'll take in exchange for some money. Or in exchange for intel. No, exchange for money. Thanks for the cash. Alright, let's do this strike. I've got loads of it built up. It'll give me a nice hegemony boost as well, don't forget, by using these operations. So let's give it a go. The plan here is move in, supply drop, to get me through the deep desert. After the supply drop, we then... Oh, top dollar! A very welcome distraction. Oh. Hold that thought. Lucky we got a couple of dudes nearby. Stomp a couple of dudes over, help this rebellion. Although, actually, the militia might be able to handle that by themselves. Have a look. Looks like the enemy supply was fairly high. Yeah, no, they're going to be fine. You can come back. Plus 40% resource production in this region. That is a really nice booster. But maybe not actually super needed for me. And yeah, that was no trouble. I mean, these guys are going to give the worm a huge breakfast, but apart from that, no trouble. Get out of there, you fools! Ah, jeez. Top dollar! Thank you for the $2 super chat. Top dollar says, command points and wait for judge kamikazes abound. Command points. I assume that's get more command points. Wait for judge. I assume you mean judge of the council? Have the prerequisites, and the vote is coming online. Kamikazes inbound. So that the idea here, I believe, is... I think what you're getting at is to build a whole load of these Lansard guards using the judge of the council and a whole load of extra command points to produce units that have no manpower. No manpower implications. Yeah. I think that's the idea. And I like it a lot. Thank you, Top Dollar, for the $2 dollars. Although, the thing is, I have this army standing around doing nothing while I wait, though. It's like, do I want to just stand around and do nothing while I wait? Maybe. I think the answer is no. Let's do this. Call it a test run, if you will. Ally agent captured. That's painful, but not the end of the world. We'll reassign to get tier 2 on the smugglers. And should see... Yeah, look at that. Tier 2. So as soon as I get to 500 intel, which I'm doing fairly readily, although not as readily as possible, we'll be ready to go. There it is. It's been moved to the top. We could sacrifice an agent. Maybe not. Maybe not. The extra command points is a good call. And get some from the tech tree through air command. Wondering if I want to get anything extra out of my agents first. Don't think so. Don't think I need to instill fear. The reduced water upkeep is a fairly cheap one to grab, but not super important. Extra harvesters to just push that home. I think I'll do that. All right, this is how this is gonna go. We're gonna decline Atreides, the judge of the council position. I don't have the standing with the council to be elected. No, looks like we're not, looks like that's not an option. Right, so march through this way, supply drop this territory, then we have defensive sabotage and poison reserves to starve them out. And then I want to immediately then queue up probably an additional supply drop or an additional poison reserves because I'm going to be combat drugsing. Maybe an additional supply drop though. Either way, let's see how this goes. So we've given them a supply drop. Let's see how much damage they're taking. They're losing about half of their supply moving through this deep desert. There's no going back now. We lost one in the fight. Okay, now let's poison reserves If I think that I have a chance with my defensive sabotage, I will use it here. However, this might be more of an army versus army rather than capital damage fight at this point, I suspect. I'm not eligible for judge because I don't have standing with the council, unfortunately. Once I build my next influence building, though, I will have a positive standing. See, it's starting to tick up now. So I can start to get that back online. Okay. What have we learned from this mission across here? Firstly, it is enough to basically destroy my supply when I get there. I think I might hold off, although using this gets me score. I will use the combat drugs now. I don't think I'll waste the defensive sabotage. I do think that's a complete waste. We've activated our combat drugs, so we can't take any damage. That means that I should focus fire on units as much as possible. And then maybe hit the base. Let's see how much damage it can do. Stuff it. Let's see how much damage it can do. On combat drugs. Did the combat drugs even take effect? I'm just going to zoom away from that one. Okay, so mercenaries could be also down that same line of your idea with the kamikaze units. These units could be a kamikaze unit because they only cost me 350 bucks and 2 command points. House guards, on the other hand, 20 manpower, 5 water, 5 command points. So in theory, I can spam myself full of mercenaries and send them all in. The downside is they're not very strong, as evident. I'll just queue up 4 of them so that I have some units nearby. Right, bam, there's 4. Let's fly them over to this airfield. And just replace the units that died over that way. I would probably like a couple more house guards. So I'll get 2 more of those back. Maybe send these 2 house guards down here. Now we have a standing army of 6. Again, ready to roll. The base attack, moving through the sand, even with the supply drop in my back pocket, not good enough. Just not good enough. House Atreides were elected judge of the council. That's bad news from me. Suggests that maybe plotting to assassinate them is also a fairly important and might be high up on my priorities list. Maybe. Either way, for the time being, let me grab 2 more mercenaries here, just as a couple of cheap units to have near the base. That will allow me to oppress a couple of these territories and start to generate some extra yield. We've actually got an army of 4 nearby the base, so it's ready to roll again. Good. What I'm saving up for now, though, is the extra intel generation. I really want to start being able to assassinate people on the side so that I can move through and hit with my military and then back that up with these assassination missions. This one is literally just waiting on intel in order to push through. Main base building can probably be completed too. Maybe? I don't know. Some of these territories are super underdeveloped as well. It's got to be said. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Extra water, not really needed. Spice to adjacent territories. Yeah. I think that effect is already being carried out, though. I just need a little bit of extra knowledge around the edges, really. Squeeze up any extra statecraft. This one could benefit from a missile silo, but probably not needed. I might just try and boost the economy or knowledge or influence. Influence would be nice to have a little bit more control over those votes. So I might just boost my influence generation a tad as well. My standing with the council is on the upward. And that'll be supported by the fact that I'm probably paying my taxes like a good boy. Nearly. Nearly. These rebels chose a terrible place for a rebellion. We'll stomp them down immediately. Whew, okay, looking in at the scores, you can see that I'm in the lead, Smugglers in second, Atreides and Fremen down in sort of maybe a category of their own. At least in terms of hegemony, but it's important to note that hegemony ain't everything. I have the money to progress with stage 2. If I sacrifice an agent, it will reduce the cost and prep time. Can't have complications, can't be detected, can't be captured. We'll get another one in 13 minutes. Nah. Nah, we'll put you on Intel generation for now. And I'll just progress this as normal, I think. Thank you. Get me one of those rebellion ones queued up as well. Yeah, the cannot be detected is nice! I might do it when we get to tier 3. Because at tier 3, it's kind of like the final stab, right? So I know that if I attack them on tier 3, I can kind of keep it. Or keep them gone, I should say. Keep them gone. The YouTube-friendly way to say. Seeing as my units are standing around doing not a lot, it's probably a good idea to put their military expertise to good use and take some of these villages, especially because I'm on maximum authority. So, not really much else to do except twiddle my thumbs. I see rebels coming in this way. They're gonna have a bad time. 4 militia alongside of a missile battery is generally more than enough to stop that. Oh, look, and these guys are having a really bad time. Eat. Great. My stupid little scout is just looking for things to do. So I'll just send it around all of these. Resolve these discoveries. I think we can get the last building built in our main hub. I'll probably make it a military one. We'll turn it into an absolute tank. Nobody will ever destroy me. It's the idea anyway. Famous last words. Probably. Probably. Resolve these discoveries as we go. Get this place producing maybe a maintenance center first, just to lower costs around here. Costs are quite high. Okay, I can't be Eye of the Council either, because my council standing is still too low. I could try and just say no. Just put everything behind no. Stop Atreides becoming 2 extra agents, getting 2 extra agents with a special trait. That's a really good thing for me to stop, because there is always the threat that they're going to push their own victory on me, political or diplomatic. Assassination. Quash that rebellion in a very important territory. And oppress a couple nearby to up my yield. And everything looks fine. We've got more than enough spice to pay our taxes. So I'll reduce that exchange rate down a little bit, start to produce a whole load of extra money. I feel like a little bit of extra intel would go a long way to supporting my overall goals here. So in some of these sort of new villages, like let's oppress this one so that's producing things twice as fast. We'll get some ranged militia, some heavy militia, just absolutely kit it out. Bob's your uncle. Maybe smash down a data center here next. All the data, baby. This is a special region. Special in my heart, but not particularly special in any other way. Stupid special region. No, it is quite good. I don't think I want to fill that slot right now. Although the economy is doing just okay at the moment with 5 harvesters. You could probably say on average we've only got 4 online. But either way, it's 4, it's 5. Let's take that. Standing with the council, eeping up slowly, moving to a position where I could be elected into a position of power. At 500 intel, that does mean that I could start something pretty powerful. Crowd manipulation to force something to rebel. I can't yet get atomics. But with 2 standing with Atreides, we could work on infiltrating them too. I need to free up this agent. They're captured. Who are they captured by? I feel like it is Atreides. No? Smugglers?
How
yes.
can I help?
Hey, can I have my agent back, please? I'll give you plastic. Come on, you know you want plastic. No? How about some intel? Yeah, that'll sweeten the deal. Although I kind of need my intel. If you don't mind, I'm kind of going to save the world with that. So, why don't you take some spice instead? Here we go. Okay, our agent has escaped. Brilliant. Let's assign that on to infiltrating the Atreides. It'll also produce me a whole load more intelligence. And then, seeing as this assassination mission is going to take a really long time, let's, in our back pocket, queue up an infiltration against Atreides. Oh, once we get to level 2. Okay, for the time being, then, let's go crowd manipulation. Let's cause some rebellions to occur. Speaking of rebellions to occur, there's one currently being lobbied against me. So I'll squash that. And this is the graveyard where ornithopters go to do nothing. Ah, you love to see it. You really do. Everything is in the red right now. I think that's probably just because our spice isn't collecting properly. Actually, no. It appears to just be multiple rebellions. That's alright. We've got this capital army nearby to stop that one. While they're rebelling, I'll put these 2 on oppress mode just to bring my yields up nice and full. Okay. Spend 100 intel for half a capture chance, or spend 100 influence for 2 agents captured but only a 20% chance. Two agents captured is pretty crippling. But not the end of the world. Let's do it. Please don't be captured. Please. Be good. Be good at your spy job, you stupid fool. Just do the thing. Do the thing. Okay. While we're waiting, let's do a manipulation against... The smugglers are still my #1 threat. But I'm going to cause Atreides to rebel. Let's do it there, because the yields there were fairly good. It's too late to check now. Another chance for architectural surveys. A vote that I don't seem to be able to win. I wonder if I just corrupt this. I think I just corrupt that because having it used against me now is completely useless. And I don't yet have the standing with the council or the overall council position, I think, to win that vote. Fill up our spice harvesters now that we've unlocked a new technology that has let us figure out a way to make an extra person sit in here. Nice. Oh man. Okay. I think I've finally got an opportunity here to just take a quick pause, redeploy anybody who's not deployed, aka everybody, and have a look at our next move. Rebellions successfully squashed. Territories online. In terms of infiltration in this mission, we are nearly at the third point where I'm willing to sacrifice an agent if I've got one free, which I will have in 1 minute. So the stars could align really well here. Electing this will lose standing with the council. It's important to note, I could still elect this and lose some standing, but I might try and become the water, I can't even become the water seller. We just don't want Atreides to get any more positions of power. So let's nuke that one out of the way, which is a good thing, therefore, that we've done some sneaky devious deeds around the architectural surveys, because I wasn't going to be able to vote for it anyway, on hindsight. And we lost our 2 agents. Yikes. Okay. That means that doing the assassination on Atreides, starting it is impossible. I have just managed to unlock a new agent so that we can get them up to level 2 fairly quickly. Agents can't be reassigned while they're captured, so I need to try and free them. I wonder if the smugglers would be willing to free the agents that are plotting their demise. Let's have a look. A little bit of plastic, maybe? Huh? No? What about some intel? No. Even just one of them? Yeah, I can get one out. It's a fairly high cost. But I'll get one of our agents out. That will either give me one to sacrifice or at least keep me one infiltrating here for the extra intel generation. That's the idea. Hopefully that'll pay off over the course of many days. And that one's unlocking after 14 minutes. It's got to be said, it's fairly slow. I might need to look to the development tree to speed that up too. It's a possibility. This rebellion should be squashed fairly easily. We could send the dudes down to stop it, but I don't think we need to, really. Ornithopter doing nothing, but at least it's not sitting in the graveyard of ornithopters. Let's research that. No need to poison the reserves, although using like a cheap probe setup could be a good idea to just churn through a little bit of cheap intel while we wait. Not that I have that much in excess, to be fair. Okay, water sellers was declined. Thank goodness. And they did indeed vote for this council weakening thing at me. So keep that in the back of my mind. Counter-assassination mission detected. The smugglers have launched a counter-assassination mission against you. I see. The good news is we're up to 3 of 3. I need 5,000 bucks, which I will have, and then I need 1,000 intel. So I have to just save up or trade for that. Try and get infiltration high. Hold the rest of these high. I'm gonna need 3 infiltration at Arrakis, which I can do, and then I'm also gonna need 3 infiltration with the smugglers themselves. That one is stuck behind spying, logistics, or stealth gear. So let's prioritize spying, logistics, or stealth gear wherever possible. Yikes. Hold on. Jump in. Spying logistics we already have, so maybe I've already met that precondition. Thought ahead. Oh my god, he did. Yep, that one's fine. Although, maybe it hasn't got it for the 3rd infiltration level here. I assume once it gets up to level 2, maybe it shows that I can do it. I'm not sure. At the moment, of course, we are technically at level 0. I think that should be okay because I already have that. Yeah, I think that'll be fine once it levels up. At least that's my understanding. The Fremen have poisoned my main base, and also a rebellion has occurred. Bit of a yikes. People are starting to get a little bit aggro toward me, it'd be fair to say. Freeing the agent from the smugglers should be a high priority for me. I don't want it to cost me intel, but I'm happy for it to cost me some other resources. Actually, spice, potentially. I do have 800 spice free. Let's do it. Let's free up that agent. Get that agent. Yeah, see, I can't put them in there at level 3 yet. I guess I could put them in the Fremen for the intel generation. Level that up. Eat my way towards it. Stealth gear gives me +1. I need both to get to level 3. So it's not actually an or. It's not requires spying logistics or stealth gear. I'm being told in chat it requires spying logistics and stealth gear, apparently, to get to that 3rd slot. Putting someone on counterintelligence as well. Not a bad shout. Ditch our Atreides infiltration, maybe? Although I like the idea of keeping them at level 1 for the extra intel. Generating me an extra 5 intel, having that agent sitting there. Probably more useful right now, I reckon. Close call, though. Ben, good point, good point. I think there's only one technology I'm missing for extra agent speed. No, actually none. Spying mastery, 1 more agents to counterintelligence. Stealth gear. Alright, let's just grab stealth gear right now. Because it's an and, not an or. And that will take, 45 days. Yeah. Didn't get the statecraft booster. Too late for it as well, probably. Look to boost knowledge around the edges if we have any free slots. This village has been taken off me. That'll hurt my yields a wee bit. Unbelievable. Stomp back through and grab that. Thank you. Units over here protecting largely empty places. Let's fill this out with a smidge more knowledge. Fill you out with a smidge more knowledge. And this territory is actually a really nice one for knowledge. So it's a shame to have lost it. Main base is being sabotaged again. Nothing to see here. Just a main base being sabotaged. Everything's totally fine. Just don't go outside, everybody. It's difficult to breathe out here. Jeez. Plus 100% agent recruitment speed on my faction. That is what I like to hear. Get in! Good stuff. Atreides are honorable and naive. And also in the 3rd at the moment, actually. So they're not... They're a threat, but they're not a super duper massive 5 million threat. Military development speed. Building construction costs. Authority production. None of these are game-changing. I'm just going to hold my votes. Hold my votes maybe for an elected position. I'm starting to move towards a point where we could almost get one. Going to need to fly some units to protect this place. It's probably going to be you lot, so get your asses back over into this airfield range. And then we'll evac you over there. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. There you go. Boom. Force deploy these harvesters. Fill them up with dudes. Crank up the oppression for a little bit of extra knowledge, right? It's important to note when I use my oppression ability on these places, I also get knowledge out of them, so it's kind of nice. Also picked up a little bit of intel there. That's kind of nice. I have met the conditions for an assassination mission. Could immediately boost my standing with the council. I might do that. That would get me up above 200, which puts me at medium, which removes these negative impacts. And now I can start to get voted into positions of privilege. That, I think, is worth the spend. Also, I don't quite have the infiltration level here to be able to carry out this yet. We could move that agent to Atreides, though. Push that to 2. Then we can get the 1 going on Atreides while I'm saving up for the 3 out of 3 assassination move. Yeah. Okay, good. It's going to be a mixed domination victory, I think. will be my chosen pathway. So if you're on that airfield, you're sort of the base defenders though, so you kind of need to get back to the middle. And then we've got these guys here near this airfield defending all of these places. And so I kind of have 2 reasonable standing armies ready to come around and defend. Maybe not necessarily enough to go out on the offensive, but definitely enough to keep myself defended. Let's do the political audit, and I'm maxed out on intel, so I might as well, while we're waiting for the extra agent to come along in 2 minutes. It's going to be even more than that, actually. So let me queue up something to mess with someone else. Although I don't want to lose. See, like, it's the question is, like, is it worthwhile? I don't want to be caught out in the act, so to speak. Perhaps just rolling through like a probe setup. Not really needed because I've researched the whole world. In fact, that's not really needed at all. I should queue up a ceasefire poison reserves I've got already. Queue up a ceasefire poison reserves. Potentially go for a ghost market. It'd just be a shame to lose an agent while we're so close, so I won't. That should be enough intel spent as well that I'm at kind of just the right point to have enough back in a few days. And then I've got this in my back pocket just in case someone tries to fight me. Where are you going? Probably to this one. No, this one. It doesn't matter because I have this army here. They're just a little bit held up at the moment by a sandstorm. So it does kind of matter. Wondering if you can just start marching through that. Yeah, thanks, dudes. Might leave 3 of you here. Actually, we can probably split these units up completely. This one gets rebelled against quite often, but it has a reasonable force of militia to keep it safe and secure. Hello, duck cut. +3 is big at the beginning. Yeah, that knowledge one was the one that I went for first, too. Very powerful at the start. It basically doubles your early game science, if you want to think about it like that. Super good. Super good. Unassigned agent. I need my stealth gear. Until I get my stealth gear, it's kind of not super needed. I guess I could sacrifice it, but no, we should keep it around. Let's keep it infiltrating the Fremen for the extra intel. And I guess while I'm waiting, I'll do infiltration cells 1 against Atreides. We'll start that assassination rolling 2. That way we've got that one kind of on the go. Thank you so much, Tora Trek, for following on Twitch, right? So we'll infiltrate them on the go in the background while chomping at the bit to try and use 3 out of 3. As soon as I can get basically just that slot unlocked. So I'm literally just waiting on knowledge at this point for stealth gear. Okay. In light of that, anywhere that isn't producing me knowledge should look to do so. Here's this place. Doing a whole lot, literally nothing up here. What is this? This country bumpkin. Come on. I'll train that twice as fast. That one doesn't, but I probably don't need to build it. This is a special region that benefits from having a very powerful knowledge hub. So we'll do the same here. Nice. And I've got this army nearby as well. So if a rebellion happens, more than enough force here to put it down. I can use the ability, the oppression ability as well. Exchange a bit of manpower for a bit of extra knowledge generation. Now we're up to 28, so I've just gained an extra 10, a 50% boost, after making really only a few simple adjustments. Not bad at all, I say. Not bad at all. I don't need extra plastic. In fact, it would be really nice if I could actually just get rid of some.
Greetings.
I guess it doesn't hurt to have some extra money saved up, so let's just take all of Atreides' money and give them all of our plastic in return. Nice. I don't need their intel. I'll get rid of that. Boom. Yes, and I'm just actually... I know I said my last one would be the last one. I'm sorry. I just have to quickly go and do something. This will be a very fast break, but a break nonetheless. I'll be back in just a minute. Shorty with the coup. AI treaties? Oh yeah, do I need to be treaty trading again? No.
Greetings.
Did we accept that deal? Yes, we did. Good. I have maximum authority, so maybe if there's an easy and safe expand, I should take it. There is one out this way. I'd be taking my defenders away, but that's probably okay. Let's do it. They're not doing much else. Fly them over here. They can take Grim Lab. It's a little grim, but it's okay. Mission set up. I'll spend the intel and get the 50% for one capture. Imperial tax paid. Butte. Producing more than enough spice at this point. Lovely. Don't need to worry too much about my spice generation. I've kind of clocked that. Let's take Grim Lab. Give my dudes something to do as well, which is always nice. And then we're just waiting on stealth. 8 more days. 8 more days. I'll be able to get a little bit of extra science generation out of there as well, though. Not bad. Don't want to cause any rebellions down here, but I can probably use the oppression ability around these territories now because we have a much better distribution of units over there. Like around the capital here, it's fairly loose. See, look, like I've taken this and now there's dudes up here and I'm like, oh god, we'll just train a few mercenaries. They produce instantly, so and they only cost command points to upkeep. Kind of a no-brainer. Why I wouldn't have 4 here ready to fight rebels, right? I just pump them out instantly to fight. Actually, that's a real strength for me here. Speaker of the Council can be voted for. And I can now finally vote for myself. So let's spam 460 votes and at least give me one of these positions. Another rebellion taking place down south. Hopefully, yep, you guys are good to come back and stop that. So let's march you this way. Evac you literally right on the doorstep of that rebellion. These kamikaze rebel units might not even need to lose themselves. And we'll deploy in there, stop that. Okay, that's good. Anybody else want a piece of me? No? Good. Good. Sweet! Oh, it feels good to have a big military. Those mercenaries are very strong. I'm maxed out on influence, so we may as well put literally everything we've got. 600 votes behind making me Speaker of the Council. There is basically no way to lose that. Well, it would be very hard to lose that anyway, put it that way. It would be very challenging to lose that. One of the rare, special, yeah, actually, this one's got 0 dudes. We could take that fairly easily, especially because this army here could probably be evac'd out. Right? These guys are now kind of surplus to requirement. So if I fly them out, oh, it would be really nice to have an airfield there too. Let's fly them this way. Send 2 house guards. Keep these defenders on that airfield. Maybe make that into a defending army of 4. With an extra mercenary. And then bring this army. 6 is too much. We'll leave 5 there. We've got 5 here. Let's take this place. It's probably on cooldown. Yeah, it is. I mean, honestly, we could probably take their spice from next to them. Rare elements. Maybe we go for this special region, potentially. 1,000 hegemony. And that's right next door to there. Yeah, let's... Oh, no! Oh, Night Hunter! Thank you for following. Did I just lose that entire army to a worm? Yes. Lucky we have some extras. Let's bring down these extras. Train a few extras up. I need a couple of house guards back, I think. Let's get house guard, mercenary. Combat ongoing. Here we've got a rebellion, so we'll move and stomp that up with them. I notice I have stealth gear. Brilliant. Brilliant. What that'll do now is unlock... Ooh, extra supply. Yes, please. What that'll do is unlock me... my extra dude! So if we jump over into Intel, we should have... Yes! Let's put this agent... Yes! There! Yes! Now we have all of the agents that we need. I'll put one on counterintelligence because that's a nice fun move. And now we have all of the agents required to get the prerequisites. Oh, could one of those. Not mad at some chum shares. But we have all of the agents required to do the prerequisites for mission 3 as soon as we can get these things leveled up. Now that's right, isn't it? Arrakis level 3, you level 3. Yep, cool. All right. So I just need that to tick away, and we're good. While it's ticking away, I think I focus on military endeavors. A little bit of expansion has gone okay, but not great. It'd be fair to say the people weren't super stoked about that. In terms of capitals, moving here is a good move to get closer to Atreides. Although if I want to take down the Fremen militarily and the other two with espionage, you could make a case that actually this special region is a better one to take. And I think that's correct. Let's take this one off the Fremen. The only house... They are losing, but they're the only house that I don't have really a good hold over at the moment. If I can get over here and stop this nonsense. Although, actually, it looks like a worm's gonna stop it for me. Yep. Nice. I'll layer up a little bit of extra oppression along these villages as well. That will scale up everything quite nicely. The excess plastic is fundamentally quite irritating, but not the end of the world. Should we go for level 2 against them? Actually in a little bit of a tricky spot at the moment. Could go for Chome Shears, just to give me the 500 hegemony boost. Make sure that I don't lose on hegemony. A little bit of a waste of money, but I can afford it. Crowd manipulation goes... I mean, these are all fine, but not outstanding. Intel capped out. I'd really prefer to be using it for assassinations if I could help it. But we're a little way off one, so maybe let's do a cheeky... Something that isn't too risky would be ideal as well. Having a supply drop queued up is always a good idea. I'll queue up a supply drop. Just trying to... I want to have max, but I don't want to be full. Let's vote me as judge of the council now as well. I'll take my new speaker position, and I'll take the judge position too, thank you kindly. And how many units do I have here? 6. Let's see if we can take this special region. I've got a poison reserves and ceasefire if I need to use it. I'll probably use the poison reserves fairly quick smart. And then queue up another one of that. Doesn't look like they have a lot in the way of defense. Unassigned agent. Let's get them on Atreides. Grab my poison reserves back again. And let's have a look and see how this fight is going. Their dudes are running in to try and help. It may not be enough though. I need to get off the sand. I'm not losing another unit like that. It'd be nice if you could bounce out. Nope. You're out of luck. Give myself a supply drop. Get me healed. For whatever reason, they ran that army by instead of helping. Maybe because of the poison reserves that was active. It could be. And I'll get another supply drop queued up too. Right, so I'm at my agent cap at the moment. So I either have to put the person back on counterintelligence and try and assassinate one at a time, or keep the person on Atreides and try and level them up a bit. I might do that. Plastic is full. Money we're losing, but I can change my exchange rate a bit and get, you know, maybe one of these harvesters back online. Thank you! Start researching these boosts as well. There's probably some others laying about. I might move through and take Huldak almost immediately after that first capture. Wondering if we need the extra support. We do. Let's ferry in 2 extra guards. Ooh. Speaking of guards, let's train a Lansard guard. Kodaya. Kodiak extra large, I should say. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Governor of Atreides, just one as the smugglers. Getting to 25,000 hegemony. They're at 24,820. Lee, my god, you must have been on the edge of your seat. And there goes all the titles. Hey, don't worry. I'm still judge of the council. Kamikaze time finally! Yay! Top dollar, you're right. It is a cause worthy of some celebration, though, isn't it? Thank you, my friend, for, I believe, the 3rd super chat of the stream from Top Dollar. Another $2 super chat. Top Dollar says, Kamikaze time at last. In reference to getting these Lansard guards online. Much better version of the mercenaries. It's got to be said. Let's train a second one of them. I like it a lot. We'll send them up as reinforcements as well. Army of 5 strong enough to take an army of 4. Yes. Especially with reserves poisoned. Wow. This place needs some defense. It's no wonder it was taken so readily. Let's get heavy militia in here and put it on oppression mode. Sure. This fight, on the other hand, absolutely living up to its for its image. Let's get a poison reserves and supply drop re-queued up. See what kind of damage we can deal to these units. We're on some sort of ceasefire, so I may as well back out. They've very well done, actually, put that territory on a ceasefire mode to stop me from attacking. I'm not too concerned about that. What I might do is destroy this intelligence center here, because that seems like a waste of time. Grab the reinforcements, these 2 Lansard guards. We'll fly them in to here, where these units are losing supply like there's no tomorrow. Nice one. Oh, actually, there's a rebellion. Would you mind just popping over and stopping that? Thank you. I do have these 2 home guards that I built earlier, so they can pop in and help us out. Unrest in this territory. It's probably okay. We've got the Lansard guards nearby. The lack of water is disturbing, though. So, in this area where we have wind strength 6, let's queue up a wind trap and oppress to get it online really fast. Oppress there as well for a little bit of extra money. Maybe oppress there as well for a little bit of extra money. Just oppress everywhere. Sprinkling oppression as far as the eye can see. I managed to not get more than 120 Lansard Council. Couldn't figure it out. Were you paying your taxes? Or it could have been resolutions at the council that could have been messing with you. Potentially as well. There are some resolutions that can go through that can apply negative multipliers to your standing with the council. And that could have been impacting you, Night Hunter. Maybe. whoop these rebels over this way so that they can help defend this place, although not super needed. The ceasefire has ended in this territory. I think we can go back in for another fight. Poison reserves, supply drop. Let's see what kind of damage we can deal. Oh, it's really bad and you need to pause and leave. Unless that's a rebel. Yeah, I don't so much mind if the... Sorry, not rebel, mercenary. I don't so much mind if the mercenaries perish because they're so cheap to build back again and I've got $17,000. They are kind of, by design, sort of cannon fodder, really. Start replacing them with Lansard guards. Pull back this absolute mess that is these units frantically flailing around like there's no tomorrow. Assassination, we are at the level now. We just need the 1000 intel, so I'll save that up. It's really hard to tell if this fight is going in my favor or not. I think that it is. Like I say, happy for the rebels to die, but I would, the mercenaries, but I prefer to keep my house guards alive if possible. One's about to go. Yeah, we'll step out. We'll step out. Try and protect these last three. There we go. Get hit by one more volley on the way out. Yeah, you would. And the addition of that missile battery here is going to go down an absolute treat. So let's do that. Right. 1000 intel. We are ready to assassinate. Do I want to have an agent queued up as a sacrifice? I think the answer is yes. This will reduce the cost and prep time. Look at that. It's now only 200 intel. Oh my god. That means I can queue up my next probe the reserves and supply drop. Maybe even a crowd manipulation. Why not? Let's queue up all of that. Spend all of that extra money that I had waiting. And smash through that. Jeepers. I'll vote myself for Speaker of the Council. Naturally, I don't really care about the extra Lansard guards. They're not important to me. Council standing is moving up, which is always nice to see. And loads of good things just happened as well. Oh. Oh. Wow. That is so powerful when you sacrifice an agent. What the hell? What? What? That was so quick. I barely even feel like I have a chance to breathe. What? That was absurdly fast. Wow. Okay, so to get assassinating the next person, we need intel 2 with them, and we need 2 everywhere else. So I am 1 agent short. Thankfully, we've got a whole load of free agents now. So I can just keep everything as it needs to be. Probably get 1 person even on counterintelligence while we wait. That is absurd. That is absurdly powerful. My extra plastic is actually at the point now where it's almost a bit much. I don't have units here to stop this rebellion. Could insta-train some mercenaries and go and destroy it. Probably should just grab like 3 mercenaries. They complete so fast. They're amazing. Produce them straight away. Fly them in from the airfield. Stop the rebellion. And then grab, ideally, Lansard guards wherever possible. They cost me influence though, so I need some more of that. Might grab a house guard to fill in the gaps. So, we assassinated the smugglers. Fairly easily. Fairly straightforward. Pretty happy. Wondering if I need much else. Reducing the water upkeep could be nice. Energy markets. Yeah. Unit power is influence. That could be nice, actually. I do need a little bit more influence. So, the crappy mercenaries, not quite enough. Should I fly some dudes back? Probably could. Although I'd prefer to keep this army here. Because we're probably going to push through there and fight someone. Let's get manipulating the Atreides crowd. Take that, Atreides. Speaking of take that, Atreides. As soon as I can move them to tier 2, I'm going to do that. Let's infiltrate them at the 3rd tier for the extra intel generation. Probably don't need to focus too much on the smugglers. Could even go counter intel with the 2nd dude. We'll go for the smugglers by force. This way by force. Influence generation is maybe my slight weak point, so I'll just queue up a little bit of extra intel as well. Sorry, not intel, influence. Let's get the extra Landside Guard trained here. Why not 2? Fantastic. This army is now back and replenished. The smugglers have been successfully assassinated. And it's this rock that I need to push through next. I have a ceasefire, a poison reserves, and a supply drop, so we could go in. That unit is actually healed kind of lowly, so let's try it. Poison the reserves. Drop the supply. See what kind of damage I can do. This army is unfortunately still comprised largely of these weaker mercenary units, but I think we have probably caught them off guard enough here that we can pull this off. Don't you run away. You just focus on destroying the militia in this place. We've got the missile battery protecting us now too. Is assassination OP or just Harkonnen? It's the agent sacrifice that sets it apart. It's otherwise very slow. I don't think it's OP. It's good, though, but I don't think it's OP. Okay, so having a look at the units that I can train. The Landside Guard, which is costing me influence upkeep, and that's sort of the only upkeep. Its command points are really low. Its water upkeep exists as well, but I'll train one of them. Far better than, say, the Mercenary unit, which is generally just kind of weaker. Has 20 Solari upkeep, although I can afford it very easily. My House Guard is obviously brilliant, but if you look at that upkeep, it's like, is it really? Maybe not. Could get a stealth probe. Why not? A little bit of fun. Okay, my smuggler push has gone very well. Seizing this place, and it's nearly seized, and that puts us next to their capital. Then we can start to do some fun things. Speaking of fun things, infiltration level 2, ready to go. Should I sacrifice an agent to speed this one up as well? Why not? Why not? Let's do it. Look at how fast that goes with the agent on sacrifice. Mission cost reduced, prep time down. It can't have complications. It can't be detected. And the agent can't be captured. What? Absurd. And now that's queued up for us. Assassination level 3. I'm building my way up to the 3rd level of infiltration, right? So we're gonna build up to that. Then I just need my 1,000 intel and 5,000 bucks. I've got 23,000 bucks in the bank. So we're not at all worried about that. It looks to me at this point like it's going to be a push on this capital. It's going to be my... it's going to be the thing that's sort of holding me up a bit. Let's fly in this way. Let's get militia trained here. Let's get a military base here as well. This will provide plus 20% power to allied military units in the region and its neighboring region, right? Here's the plan. Here we have a weak army, largely of these mercenary headhunters, which are cheap to produce but otherwise kind of useless. Might send them in as cannon fodder first. So if I group up my home guards here, these units are losing supply like there's no tomorrow, but it's just because they're kind of standing in the middle of nowhere. They'll move this way and replenish. That's fine. I'm at maximum command points. Could try and gamify a few more of those. Could also try and ditch some of the mercenaries and swap out, but I think we're okay. Get you across there. In terms of operations, if I'm going for the capital stab, I'm going to want to have a defensive sabotage at the very least queued up. And then it's just a matter of getting that to tier 3. And I'm away laughing and Bob's your uncle. You don't need influence when you're steamrolling, fools. Impressive. Halves are destroyed, that's okay. 5k plastic, I don't think I care. Smugglers have been entirely wiped out. And we're focusing really all of our military pressure this way. With 2 different forces. We have an army of mercenaries that are going to go in first. And then we have our main army, supported by a stealth probe for a buff. Stealth probe kind of wants to move just slightly ahead of the rest so that it dies first. And then we're good. The smugglers have been eliminated, as we know. Lansard Council. I'll corrupt... Oh, I actually don't really want to corrupt that. I want my intel back. Thanks. All active charters revoked. We want to stop that because I'm currently judge of the council and speaker of the council. You know, I think we're just about ready to move on this. Once this moves to level 3, I'll do it because then I can do them both at the same time. Maybe the ultimate wombo combo for victory. Let's have a look at the operation. Insufficient Atreides infiltration. It does take a long time to gear up to that 3rd level of infiltration. It's got to be said. We've now got 2 agents in counterintelligence, reducing the chance of being captured. Not that it's going to matter so much with this. Come on, you. There we go. Level 3. So we can see all of the juicy information about them, but more importantly, let's get one of these counterintelligence agents queued up on here. That decreases this by 80%. This is overpowered. This is just flat out overpowered, I think. Let's do it. 3 of 3. Look how fast it's ticking away. This is the game timer. I'm on 2 times speed. But my God. That is absurdly fast, and I love it. The smugglers with the tax cheats, they're gone. I actually almost think that even the infiltration is just too strong maybe in this one case. Just this one case of assassination. Like, maybe it doesn't matter so much if you're doing a probe setup or a combat drugs, even a crowd manipulation mayhap. But on these assassinations, it is potentially far too strong. Oh, top dollar! What? The 4th one in a row. It's almost time to sling the... Thank you for another $2 super chat. Next run, beeline all Lansard and command points for a fun stream. Yeah. I also hadn't quite quantified just how powerful that strategy would be, particularly in isolation. Like, jeepers. Jeepers. So strong. Either way, let me unpause. Show just the extent at how fast this is going. The agent means that this operation can't be detected or have complications, meaning that counterintelligence is actually fairly useless. And boom. Boom. Another one bites the dust. We don't get a beautiful cutscene other than a little thing up the top to say, Atreides has been eliminated. Wow. Okay. That's really good. What I could do now, of course, also is queue up the next level of infiltration cells against these guys. Get them up to level 2. Start assassinating them. I think we might try and push through with sheer power first, though. Let's see what kind of damage we can do. Moving in. I've got my operations ready. We'll drop a supply drop and a defense sabotage immediately. Defense sabotage. Supply drop. And then we'll just chuck all of these units here. Try and space them out a little bit, but I don't want to waste too much time walking units where I should be fighting. Should queue up, maybe do a quick pause and queue up another supply drop and defensive sabotage. Ooh, actually, could have even put an agent on there and finished that instantly. We could do it on repeat over and over and over again. Wow. Yeah. Money. Right, what kind of damage am I doing with my entire standing army here? Let's train a couple of extra Lansard guards up, get them ready in case we need them. Whew, okay. And now it begins. Their base is at 20,000 strength. What? That's nuts. Jeez. I'm gonna sacrifice an agent for another defensive sabotage. It's the way. It is the way. We need more power. Because this thing is really not taking a lot of damage. Look at how slow. Look at how slow it's taking hits. To be fair, I could probably use this time to space out these units a bit more. They don't appear to have any military. Oh, although spacing out that way gets me hit by missiles. So we might want to move over there. $38,000. We've dealt a grand total of, that's right, 2,000 damage so far. Yikes. Makes assassination look much easier, doesn't it, really? I mean, jeez. All we need is 2 with them, and we can just start churning them off with intel, with no repercussions. Defensive sabotage. Supply drop. Keep on churning out at least the supply drops, probably. The defensive sabotage is becoming quite expensive. I probably can't afford to keep sacrificing agents for them over and over and over and over again. But the supply drops I can keep popping in to at least heal my guys. Their damage output is abysmal. I actually can't get over how slow that is. It's so slow. Hey, look, we've got some more guards we can bring in. Not easily, though, it's got to be said. Airfield in this territory would be nice. I might destroy one of these missile batteries, get an airfield down. There we go. For the time being, though, they should arrive here. Let's drop a supply drop down, because I do note that they're losing a little bit of supply. Hope they had atomics. Atomics are in the game. We were looking at them earlier. They're in operation. Where is it? Atomics, 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 atomics. Atomics! There it is. Fires atomics on a region, damaging all units and devastating villages. Sounds fairly atomic to me. I want to do a specifically a run dedicated to atomics at some point as well. Speaking of dedicated runs. Defensive sabotage and spam. It's over. Yeah, I mean... nuke them. Defensive sabotage requires 400 intel, which is not easy for me to do when there are very few places for me to generate intel now that I've wiped out everybody else. It's working. I mean, the attack's going fine. It's just very slow. We've just dealt 10%. To put it into context. 10%. Got all of my units here now. Don't think I'll have much need for poison reserves in future. Feel like that's perhaps not necessary. Maybe not necessary. Buy intel. Do you think they'll sell me some? Let's see. Let's see if they'll. I'll make it a real sweet deal for them. Although I don't want to give them. I don't want them to be able to buy military units. So maybe the best idea for me is to just fill them full of plastic. I could give them back their agents, actually. Yeah, that kind of sweetens the deal quite nicely. I mean, they already have so much money that I'm going to assume that money isn't a hold-up and give them a bit more. They've got 4,000. Let's buy all of their intel off them. Good call. We can only really do that once, but we can do it once. And I'm getting an agent in 3 minutes, so I could probably sacrifice and speed through one of these quickly, but I won't. I'll pay the full price for this one. Potentially grab one there. 3 minutes should be enough time to get infiltration back to level 3. Yeah. I should have done it on the spy mission because it had a greater chance of failure. But if I do it here, I get this much faster and hopefully protect my units faster. That was why I decided to go for that trade-off. Deal a bit of extra damage, cross your fingers and hope for the best. And just keep Waylon Smithers away on this place. Nice. Get some extra guards online. Yeah, sure. Get a guard and a mercenary. These crappy mercenaries. Why? Oh, I guess I can fly it in, so it probably doesn't matter too much. Maybe it's cannon fodder. Alright, council vote. Bonus exchange rate, military developments. The military developments are nice enough. I'm really the only person voting at this point, so I could probably just put 100 there and call that a day. The world is a very small place compared to what it used to be. Look how slow the infiltration cells is without putting the agent on it. I think this really actually demonstrates the difference in power levels there. Because holy crap, like, with the agent on it, you blink and you miss it. Without an agent, it's horrifically slow. Supply becoming a little bit of an issue. I think a supply drop's a good idea. Could bounce back, reheal, go for another strike. Although I don't mind, especially if these are mercenaries. Yeah, those are just mercenaries taking a hit. They can perish. Village was lost to rebels. I think I'm happy to let that slide. I don't think that's a huge issue as far as issues go for me right now. Harkonnen's broken. I am. CSF. I am. Yeah, they seem pretty good. There's a reason why I rank them at the top of my tier list. Much to the dismay of some Atreides fans. I think they're very, very good. Yeah. We didn't even try atomics. Right, so the supply drop will start to heal me up, which is nice. Probably, by the looks of this, gonna need to queue up another one, though. The stupid combat drone. Stupid, sexy combat drone. I should probably use my oppression ability on a couple of these ones around the base. Haven't used it in a hot minute. Not that I really need to, is the thing. Take back that as well. Nah, we'll leave these two here as defenders. Don't super need that village. And at this point, where we're trying to squeeze in and grab the victory, I don't think it's needed. The supply drop got my supply back to full, so that's nice. I actually can't believe how slow that mission is. Like, I actually think cancelling it is probably a good idea. I won't be refunded, but will it be faster to cancel it and redo it? Could very well be. Although having 3 agents in here to get maximum intel is probably a good idea as well, so I'll do that. About to lose a Landside guard. That's fine. Can produce them effectively on infinitum. Fly in 2 extras. And produce a couple more of those, like I say. When I say a couple, I mean, of course, 4. You could probably use a supply drop there. Boost you up a fraction. Brilliant. Base was losing health but insanely slow. Yeah, its defenses are on full, and that makes it a tough cookie to crack. Like, ludicrously slow. While I do it as well, we're just being rebelled against like there's no tomorrow. I did just fly a couple of extra units into the fight. Maybe we pull these guys away for a second. Just because I kind of need to just stop a few of these rebellions. Don't want to lose while I'm trying to win. And this one's important because it's got an airfield, it's got spice production. I'll nip back over here and protect it. And we'll effectively just sub out with these 4. I've got enough intelligence now. Yeah, see, this is useless. I'm sorry. I'm just cancelling that. That's just such a waste of time. Let's get the defense sabotage queued up again. Try and crack them that way. Buy a bit more intel off of them if they have any going.
How is Arrakis treating you?
There we go. Squeeze a little bit of extra out there. Stop that rebellion. Here's attack force 1. Looking good. They could probably actually just move straight back in. In fact, this guy, for whatever reason, is. Love that for you. Really love that. Manpower also a little bit in the red. That's probably just because these villages are rebelling left, right, and center, though. And also we lost our manpower producing village to north. Let's go stop that one. Grab some manpower production where we have capacity to fill in any blanks. Probably afford to get rid of that too, I reckon. There we go. Looks good enough. Looks good enough. Currently producing 0 spice. Slightly problematic. But if we can get all these guys back out and working, we'll be okay. 1 spice was lost. It's that one there. I might look to go back and stomp that down too once we've cleared this mess. You guys can probably don't need to be fighting that by yourself. Yeah? Coming back here is probably a good idea. Thanks, Chief. Stupid idiots. And I'll take the extra 2 agents. In fact, that would be very useful for me. Lovely. Raid detected this way. Where are our nearest defenders? Raid Shadow Legends? For whatever reason, we're going out to fight that way now. These guys just really... really gotta... Okay. Nearest airbase is there. Should do a militia check, actually, because some of these places have been attacked by rebels and they've lost their dudes and gotta add their dudes back. It's all a bit of a mess. But actually looks to be okay. Oh. Oh! And it was a hegemony victory that won it in the end! How ridiculous. Amazing. So it was a victory fueled by domination. Domination through assassination. And the overpowered nature of those agents. I'm going to have to make a video on those, I think, and really bring that to the fore as well, because that is ludicrously good. Ludicrously good. Insane. Insane. Yeah, Smugglers is your game for sure. You really need a unit that destroys armor. Do I? Let's see what the no, just kidding. But yes, absolutely. A little bit of a demolition force. To particularly with Harkonnen, their demolishers are pretty demolishing. Move in first, smash the armor down, weaken it. Absolutely. Unfortunately, wasn't even able to go back for the second, more thought-through attack, because that's it. That's all she wrote. Thank you very much for joining me today. I have to run quite fast because I've got to go. So I've got somewhere else to be. But thank you for joining me in today's stream, whether you were here at the start, the early birds, Pete, I remember... right the way through, we've had some new names, some old names. We got to well over 100 likes, triple-digit likes on YouTube. Also, a huge shout-out to Bostius, who runs a fantastic strategy game channel on Twitch and YouTube. Civilization 6, predominantly. In fact, nearly exclusively, I think. And an incredible dude as well. So, yeah. Huge shout out to Bostius and the 100 people who came and raided us from Bosis channel. Thank you to everybody as well who supported the stream today. Top Dollar, you were absurd with your frequent little super chats. Thank you so much for those. Also, thanks to Nate, who gave a $10 super chat at the start of the stream as well. And speaking of Top Dollar, there it is. Thank you for a $5 super chat. Even Lincoln stumbled into victory. Looking forward to the next one, my man. Have a great day, everybody. Thank you, Top Dollar. Oh, Pete, you are still here, still floating about. How good. Yeah, great to have a win. Apologies it wasn't on a small map like intended. It wasn't quite the sort of dense Max Payne that I was looking for. But I am feeling like there's potentially a future stream here with a focus on those dispendable units, maybe insane difficulty small map in future, though, because of course there are loads more factions to play. I'll have to have a long think about what to play tomorrow. 70% of people who voted in the poll today want Dune again in my next stream, which is so fair. I'm really enjoying Dune Spice Wars. I would also like to play some Civilization and Humankind at some point, my bread and butter. But anyway, thanks so much, everybody who tuned in today. Again, a huge shout out to the super chatters and anybody who subscribed or followed along on Twitch today too. Thank you. And I will see you likely tomorrow, but it does depend a little bit on how my appointment goes this afternoon. Timing-wise, I may end up just being pushed back till the next day. But either way, it'll be about the same time, and I will see you again this week for some more streams. Thanks, everybody. Take care and stay spicy, and I'll see you next time.